YouTube, it's Brian Phillips. We're gonna open this box right now. It's big. It's kind of heavy, so I gotta be a little bit careful because it's fragile. So it must be Italian. And it comes from OMP Hobby. And it's big. It's a BigHorn. We've been waiting to do this for a long time. This is the 78-inch BigHorn. And yes, it is big. They make a bigger one now, but that's the one we have. So we're gonna do that one. So if you guys wanna buy one of these, check out the links in the video description below. And you can visit our friends at OMP Hobby and you can get one for your very own. We've had pretty good luck with the OMP offerings. They are high quality. This one here should come as basically a bind and fly, well, excuse me, a plug and fly. But it's gonna take a little bit more effort than some of the other plug and flies because it's balsa wood. I'm trying to figure out how to get this thing out of the box. I'm gonna have to open both ends, I think. So welcome to Brian Phillips RC. We unbox them, we build them, we set them up, we show start to finish so you don't have to fill all the gaps in with your lack of experience, if that's you. And if you're brand new to the hobby or just returning to the hobby, we'll try to help not leave you high and dry because there's a lot of guys out there that do that. So we're gonna show you the whole process so that you can learn whether or not this is something you wanna take on. And if it is something you wanna take on, then we'll show you the steps necessary. Camera crew, you're gonna have to grab that box for me. Ready? Just walk it all the way down. Beautiful, okay? So now we have another coffin-like box. Whoa, what was that? That box is heavy. So this is heavy as well. And so it looks like they've taped all the corners all the way around. So this is exactly what you're gonna get if you order it. It's been a while. We did another OMP plane. I'm trying to think of which one it is right now, but it was awesome. And I think they might have had a kind of a similar boxing style. Not foam, but it was a balsa wood plane too, and it had a box like this. They are a little bit more involved to open.
Yes.
But it kind of makes me nervous because I don't know what direction up is. There isn't really an obvious marking.
It does say PNPG like up towards this, so I'm hoping that like this is the top and you're opening it correctly, but you're right.
I slid it out of the box with the box upright.
Right.
So the reason I say is because a lot of times they tape the body in to the opening. And so I'm just trying to be careful how I do this. And that is one of the things we try to do on this channel with Brian Phillips RC. We show the entire process because not just to be obnoxious, but there are some of these steps are not exactly obvious. Sometimes they are, sometimes they're not. And if they're obvious, we don't mean to insult your intelligence, but it's more a matter of like a lot of people need help. And so if you get to watch somebody else do it, then you're in the right place. Okay, so this, we can finish building the building now.
Oh, good.
Goodness gracious. This box is ridiculously strong. Okay, I'm glad I was careful because look how it's packed.
Oh yeah.
So that's what I'm talking about, guys. If you don't know for sure, you got to be kind of careful. Buddy RC, stickers, Sunny Sky, stickers. Of course, that's the brand of the electronics, which is an OMP product line. And then their provided high quality prop here. I'm gonna actually cut this out right now so I can show you. It's just taped to the side here. I did get burned the other day. We did an unbox for another company and they had thrown a prop into the packaging. I cut through the packaging and scored the prop. And so I mean, it's plastic. It might be okay, but I don't know. I'm still reluctant to use that one because I did score through and damage it. So you gotta be a little bit careful how you open this stuff. Because if you score a prop, it'll make it weak. Okay, so I don't know if this is a spare prop or this is the prop. So that's a 16-8E. Well, that would have been kind of handy the other day. This prop looks really nice too. I'm actually kind of excited to see it. Should I open it? Yes, let's open it.
Okay.
Let's open it, even if this is a spare. I doubt it's a spare. 16-8E is the same prop we're using on a competitive offering we just did. a big one. And that is a pretty awesome looking prop. It's got this weird kind of like textured spot on the front, on the leading edge. I don't know why they do that. But you can see it says 16.8 right there. Feels sturdy. We'll be using that. Got some more stickers for our kids. They love the stickers. Looks like a very aggressive pitch on there. But if you guys didn't already know this about props, the 18, this is a 16. This is dimension for the diameter. And then this one happens to be 8 inches of pitch. And so if this were 9 inches, it'd be even steeper. If it was 10 inches, it'd be even steeper, and so on and so forth. If it was 3 inches, then it'd be like really shallow. And if it was 0, it'd be flat, okay? So somewhere between whatever and 0 is where you get your dimensions. And I think the way that that is described is like how many inches of penetration at spinning, how far it's gonna reach. So it just think the pitch, the higher the number, the more intense the pitch is gonna be. Okay, so there's other loose ends under that side, and I can see there are spars kind of taped into the side here. I do not like unboxing these. It's a pain in the butt. So if you guys see me frustrated when I'm doing these unboxes like this, it's not so much that I'm frustrated with the product, I'm frustrated with the unpacking part. It's challenging because there's not like a really obvious way to do it, okay? So like right here, look, this stuff is glued and then taped together. So you can't really easily open it, but you have to basically dismantle this box to get this out. It is a dismantling process. Now, is that better, worse, or indifferent? I would say that it is worse because it's kind of hard to know exactly what you have to break apart. And because the parts are physically mounted into this, if you break it apart wrong, you can actually damage stuff. I've been fortunate to not do it before, but this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna cut the seam and then I'll pull them apart like this. Then I'm probably gonna come down here and try to replicate that same scenario. So I'm just cutting the tape at the top and I'm gonna just kind of break it like this. You know, and okay, so that seems to make it a little bit easier. And do it slow. If you're unsure of how the fuse is mounted, you can get burned. I'm gonna cut this tape down here. That's gonna separate. Yep, I see the front. This is the front of the fuse. So you can see how I'm doing this. It's not causing a problem, so that's good. So probably what I'll do is I'll just take this away.
Okay.
And then what I'll do is I'll take off the other end and just see. I'm afraid it's gonna drop down. I don't think it will though. Because these things go all the way top to bottom. So camera crew, are you gonna film what I'm doing here? Ooh, come look. Screw.
Okay.
And then see this? There's like a wire, which must be the linkage for the rudder. So we gotta be mindful of this screw. I don't know where that came from, but we're gonna need it, almost certainly. Holding down the model. See, that's what I'm talking about. They just like tape all this stuff together and then it makes it incredibly difficult to actually open. I will caution you that if our frustration comes through on these unboxes, just remember it's like, 30 seconds of the process. Don't talk yourself out of a model because the unboxed is a pain. But I will tell you that some builds you could talk yourself out of. And we've done a couple of balsa wood models that took us like 40, 50 hours to put together.
Hopefully this is not one of them.
And they were just plug and flies. That's the crazy part. Just imagine if it was a real ARF. Okay, so just cutting the tape. I think we made a good decision on the way we're doing this. I don't think we're gonna break anything. Now I'm gonna cut this. I'm gonna lift this tape away and cut it. This is in a sleeve, so I don't have to worry about damaging the finish of the carbon fiber wing tube or wing spar. Okay, so we have another, this is probably the horizontal stabilizer tube. So I'm gonna just take this and I'm gonna cut the end so it's easier to get out. Oh yeah, this is gonna be, I can already tell it's like super high quality because it's really light. Okay, now remember this carbon fiber, they blend these tips so they're kind of tapered. And if you hold that, it will sometimes get carbon fiber dust on you. And carbon fiber dust is kind of like picking up fiberglass insulation. And if you react badly to fiberglass insulation, you're gonna react, you can tell it's fiber. That's definitely not fiberglass. It's gonna feel a lot like that. It's gonna be itchy, so try not to touch it. In fact, if you know you're gonna be touching it a lot, what you can do is you can take some CA and actually wipe it on the edges, and it will sort of like hold it all together. But yeah, this is just kind of a ludicrous way of packaging. It's holding everything together nicely, but it's difficult to undo. Kind of reminds me of the way I ship planes when, you know, we have this one-off that we sell to somebody that can't live without something that we've still got. We'll occasionally sell a plane.
That's how those people feel?
Yeah, because it's like 3 hours later, you get it out of the box and you're like, geez, Brian. Okay, so that's the spinner. Looks pretty sweet. And then I must say, I mean, I'm not saying that nobody else has ever done an unbox. A lot of people do unbox build radio setup, sort of. That is, feels like it's metal, but it's not. It's plastic, but it feels like it's metal. And they painted white on the inside. And then this is green. I don't know if it's white or if it's painted white. I think they might have painted it. This might be aluminum. It's kind of hard to tell. It's weird. Feels like high quality. Feels solid. Okay. Okay. So now I'm going to take this carbon fiber wing tube out. Feel this. That is so light.
Oh wow, that's crazy.
It's like nothing.
Nothing.
It's like nothing. When you feel a wing tube and it's super light like this, it's weird. It's almost like, no.
Yeah, like how can that weigh that little?
It can't weigh that little. It's almost like when you pick up something intensely heavy like iron or gold, and you're like, that can't weigh that much because it's so heavy. You guys see what I'm talking about right there? It's kind of gross, I know. But that dust will come off on you. In fact, I'm gonna go wash my hands. Look at the thickness of the sidewall. It's not very thick, but listen. It's got that really high-pitched sound to it. And I love that sound. It's so distinct and obvious. If it was fiberglass, it would be more of like a thud. Be really a low tone. So it's interesting how you can tell quality from the sound an item makes on your countertop. Okay, so continuing along, I'm just like, this is kind of working right now, so I'm just gonna keep doing this. I'm just finding the next component and just pulling them out. Now, is this the right way to pack? Is this the wrong way to pack? I don't know that it really matters as long as it gets here in one piece. And I will be honest with you, this feels like this packaging would probably hold up to a lot of rigmarole, unless somebody steps on the box and they break the side of it. And that's one of the reasons why I'm not a huge fan of this packaging style, because it depends on the integrity of the sides of the box, as opposed to the infill of the box, like when you have a foam package, okay? So this is the landing gear. They feel like they're carbon fiber. Got a little bit of spring to them. We'll get those unpacked here shortly, but let's just actually lay that down for now because there's some wheels and stuff in it. Okay, so continuing, I am gonna go ahead and lay this out of the way now. We've got another bridge member here, it looks like.
Perfect.
So we've got the stickers. I'm actually gonna move the stickers way down here so they're out of the way. And guys, if you're brand new to Brian Phillips RC, we welcome you. We wanna have you guys around, coming back for more. If you do decide to subscribe, click the bell so you get notified of new content. We have new content all the time that's coming out. And it's not always gonna be so tedious in terms of the unbox build radio setup portion. Sometimes they're actually quick and easy now. But I would say the vast majority of this type, this echelon of plane. Okay, you see that thing at the bottom?
Yeah.
Looks like some sort of a wing strut maybe. And I'm just trying to be super careful. Go ahead and push that down with me.
Okay.
See why I'm concerned? This tape will sometimes, it's really sturdy tape. And it will sometimes pull and damage stuff. Push it down. There it goes.
Okay.
Okay? So that tape released it, so I was no longer concerned. These are made of aluminum, so I don't think it would have been an issue anyway. So we're good.
Okay.
Do you guys see what I'm talking about? Like, look at this, there is not really a super obvious way to unpack this thing. Okay, so tires. Let's cut these open because it's easy. Oh yeah. Okay, so they're squishy foam, which is nice, but they've got a nice, they feel like they've got a lot of spring to them, which is probably gonna be too much material. You tend to want a really soft tire when it comes to a plane like this because it's gonna make it not wanna bounce back into the air. So I think that's probably not soft enough. We'll find out when we go to fly it. Soft tires is something that we've been begging for years. And of course, we've had a few models that have pneumatic tires lately, which is really nice. The problem with pneumatic tires is that they're heavy. They tend to be really heavy. And so this like hybrid sort of simulated pneumatic tires are really nice, but then you get flat spots. And so people, it's like the manufacturers are trying to accomplish both things. We want the soft tires because it helps to come in and arrest that the inertial impact into the ground. And once you arrest that inertial impact, then you don't bounce as bad. Okay, let's see what's in this bag. I'm pretty sure this is just like all the goodies. This will be kind of a lame one. In fact, I'm wondering if, I'll just go ahead and put them out here.
Yeah.
So one of the things on Brian Phillips RC that Megan and I have learned, the camera crew, is that unboxings rarely go as expected. Sometimes we get a plane like this. Okay, so landing gear. Hardwares for BigHorn, 78-inch tail wheel, okay?
Nice.
Feels like that's a pretty hard tire. It's like a rubber tire. And then this is the spinner adapter, which is kind of ironic because we have another spinner. And then what's this? This is the extra hardwares. The extra hardwares for the BigHorn.
Like extra? Okay. Ooh, that's the same size.
That is the same size. Exactly. So we have a spare screw from something somewhere, which I'm going to go ahead and always double check your sack. Hon, would you grab my sack and just double check it's empty? Okay. Well, if it's not empty, make sure you empty my sack. If you catch it and it's still full, just go ahead and empty it out.
Where did you put that extra screw?
And then we have a nice high quality strap that will go through this thing. Yeah, looks good. I really like this. This, to be honest, this seems like such a stupid, like minor thing to care about. But if it's hard to load a battery in a plane, you're gonna be less likely to fly it. I know it sounds ridiculous. And maybe that's a symptom of having 400 planes and having them surrounding you in your life, which I'm sure that some of you watching this channel do already have and continue to have that problem, largely because of your favorite YouTube influencer, Brian Phillips. If that's the case, you're welcome. I mean, I'm sorry.
Whichever applies to your situation.
Yes, exactly. So let us know in the comments below which one you are. By the way, if you're watching this video right now, let us know in the comments what you think of the Unbox. Do you hate it? Do you want us to just clip it out and just say, look, it's magically on the counter? Or do you want me to like take the box and like just disrespectfully knock another plane onto the ground? Or do I need to go to my mother's basement
That's what I was
for that?
just gonna say.
I was gonna say, my mom died when I was young, so I can't do that. But I could find a basement somewhere. We do have a basement. Do we need neon lights?
Yes.
Probably need neon lights.
Need a little more dungeon-y.
I can tell you this: if you want to succeed on YouTube, you must do neon lights in your mother's basement.
Is that our problem?
I guess.
Oh, someone said if our content was more AI, robotic, and monotone, that maybe YouTube would recommend it.
Dang it! That's what we're doing wrong.
Yes.
Which I will suggest, if you ever decide to, first of all, I will tell you this too, don't start a YouTube channel. No. There's some really good things that have come from us having our YouTube channel, and I feel like they make it so impossible for people these days. It was hard when we started.
Yeah.
If we would have just started like back when Casey Neistat was doing MySpace, then it would have been better for us.
So you had to have MySpace to have a successful YouTube channel?
Yeah. I mean, that's when we were supposed to do it. That's why we've just been lagging behind.
We'll get right on the MySpace page.
I didn't even have MySpace. I didn't even know what it was.
I knew what it was, but I wasn't that cool.
I wouldn't have been allowed to have it.
No, for sure. Same.
So
Can you open those slower?
I am trying desperately to make this more painful. I will warn you. Okay, so this is sharp and this is soft. If you cut through and you're not careful, get ready to screw up your brand new, really expensive landing gear. And when I say really expensive, I should preface this. There's a lot of things in this hobby that are expensive. And one of the things that you don't want to suck is landing gear, okay? But I'll tell you where landing gear suck. Snowbanks. Buddy, if you're watching, you'll appreciate that. So obviously we work with a bunch of different suppliers. This is aluminum, it's milled. Looks like this is some sort of like a, yep, this is actually like a nut that they included that's gonna hold the wheels. Go ahead and grab my shaft there. Just work that up and down. You feel it?
Yeah.
Do you feel the texture of my shaft?
I do.
It's weird. But anyway, we work with a bunch of different distributors, and you can see that's the cant that goes forward. It's like the could.
Great.
So at the end of the day, I did crash a plane for Buddy RC into a snowbank. I'm not trying to bring back past things, you know, that I screwed up, but it was hilarious. And if you want to see it, just go back and look at the video. That was the Challenger? Or
no, the Bushmaster.
Bushmaster. The Bushmaster? Yeah.
Talking about the plane.
Okay, so yeah, so the Bushmaster was flying along just gloriously, and you know, the snowbanks were this deep, and you know, maybe it was this deep. It might have been that deep, but either way, the plane was not at a sufficient altitude to clear the snowbank. And what I was getting to is sometimes landing gear rip out of airplanes. Like the other competitive offering that has this prop, the 16.8, or it's a 16.8.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also has like
I blew the landing gear out of that about
spinner.
The second flight when we were done filming our mains.
Yes.
And I sat there and fixed it that night because I loved it, and it was very good.
Well, it's like 112 degrees out, so if you crash this, it's not the snow's fault.
But just listen, my point was the landing gear, and sometimes it takes a minute to develop my point, camera crew. My point is, sometimes it's not the landing gear. It's not the pilot. I know, I see you rolling your eyes. What I meant was, sometimes it is the mount that makes the difference in strength. This packing is just ridiculous. I'm sorry.
I think it's a
OMP.
personal problem.
I didn't want to have to take a break to graduate my kids from college before this got done.
It's only been 23 minutes.
Listen, it feels like it's been 16
does.
years, okay? I mean, I don't know. I mean, maybe this is just in my head. But they've done such a good job of packing it that I'm like, okay, like maybe it was a little too good. I mean, I say that now.
Yeah.
But we have had many a helicopter and plane crushed in packaging. Like 3/4 of our flywing canopies have been broken.
Yeah.
So I shouldn't complain about these things. And truth is, we unbox these things so that you guys can learn, hey, can I trust a manufacturer to do a good job? And I would say that we have proven that these guys are definitely serious about packing. But it's also a balsa wood plane. So like if I take this knife and I run it along here and I don't quite cut it, see, because it's dull, then it's kind of not a big deal. But if I go through the film and I have to fix the film, I'm gonna be pissed.
Yeah.
So I have to be super careful. And what happens is this bag, okay, it's very thick. And it reminds me, it beckons me back to a younger Brian Phillips days when I worked at a Pontiac dealer that happened to also sell Porsches. And anyway, so I was just pulling up on this Italian leather seat cover. And I took that blade in my hand and I went like this and I pulled up as high. I mean, I'm talking, this stuff was thick. And I went like this and I scored because I was detailing the cars. I was a car cleaner. So I was detailing this car for a delivery and it was a Porsche Carrera S4. So it was like a $120,000 car. And this is a lot of years ago. Now it would have been like a $900,000 car. And anyway, long story short, let's just say that when I was done with it, it needed a new Italian leather seat because the blade slipped through the plastic and cut the leather. And then it was kind of like, imagine if my shirt, if the button were to burst, what would happen? It'd be like Niagara Falls. That's what happened to that chair. It was supple, beautiful leather before I saw it.
You have PTSD.
Well, anyway, long story short, the salesman that was selling this particular car, he was a very serious man. And he came back and we were continuing to do this pre-trip delivery stuff. Oh, the servo is in it. Sweet. I thought maybe it just had like an eye injury. So anyway, so the salesman came back and I'm just getting ready to just get my you-know-what handed to me. Ha! I don't even have to put that on.
Nice.
Yes!
That's great.
Oh, is that a turnbuckle? That is totally a turnbuckle. It's like a heli guy installed this. And you can just adjust this, I bet. That is so dang sweet. By the way, the servo is built into the wing. That is highly unusual. Show them a close-up. Turn on the light. That's a servo, okay? So we've got a wing. It only took 6 hours to get to the wing.
It's not a wing.
I could have probably built the wing in the time it took me to unpack it. So anyway, back comes, I'm just gonna say, his name was RS. I'm actually not 100% sure if that's correct, but let's just say it was, that stands for what his name was. I don't want to embarrass him because
I'm sure he's watching.
He came back, and you know, if you know a good car salesman in the early 2000s, smoked like 17 packs of cigarettes a day. So he came back, and I was just getting ready to hear it. No, it's okay. The guy backed out. Yeah. He had no interest in telling us that he had backed out. He came back, and by luck, I happened to be able to bring this to his attention. I said, hey, RS. I said, I'm really sorry. Look what happened. So anyway, it's not quite as bad as the time I had a WRS. Is it WRS? Yeah. Yeah. Is that what it is?
I don't.
Anyway, it was a Subaru.
Happened,
It was a Subaru. And we also sold Subarus too. Well, anyway, I was helping park the lot. So you move one car, you move the next car, so on and so forth. And so you're going from like a stick to an automatic, back to a stick, back to an automatic. It's just whatever order they had them come off of the truck and then just, you know, stacked up in the pattern. And you move like, you know, 400 cars in a day. You're in and out, in and out, in and out. Well, I forgot to throw an e-brake or throw it into gear because I wasn't a car mover. I was a freaking guy that cleaned them. Well, there was a hill and it went down the hill a little bit until it hit the culvert and it landed on it like this. And so I had to go up front and say, hey, oops, pulled her out of the body shop. I didn't even get yelled at. It was the weirdest thing ever. They were like, thanks for telling us. And we went and just, I mean, it screwed up the bumper a little bit. And we had a good body shop. I survived that as well. Even you can survive it. These things feel like way lighter than I thought they were gonna be. They were aluminum painted and just hold it.
Oh.
Hale? Yeah, it's weird. I do not understand on a, you know, why those wouldn't be rounded, but they have just a pinch style closure on the end, but they feel nice. Okay. They must sound like they're carbon fiber, but they're definitely aluminum. Very thin walled though. Okay. We're getting to the point where we're almost down to the, oh, look at that. Hold on. I'm gonna rotate this just so I get the cardboard out of here. So now that you guys know about some of my professional screw ups over the years, you'll understand a little bit more about why I'm a anal retentive particular type of person. Gracious.
We can stop there.
Okay, so continuing with this, you could probably slide the foam off, but like, I don't know, they must have just decided, let's just throw that one in there. Oh, look at this. What the? Oh, rudder. I was like, wait a second, don't we already have the horizontal stabilizers? That was the horizontal stabilizers. This must be the rudder, guys, okay? So just kind of getting ready to slide this out. So leave it in the comments below if you ever crashed any WRXs. It was a WRX. It was a Subaru Impreza WRX. Yeah, it was a pretty nice car at the time. And still a nice car. I would like it. It had all-wheel drive. It was super, like it was like the souped up version of, you know, the, I was gonna make a comment. I can't make that comment because I was gonna make a really snide comment.
Oh.
That'd be rude. I just wanna make sure there's no Subaru drivers that are in the audience. There could be, and if there are, I just want to apologize. I'm gonna repent for what I didn't say. I was thinking of a hilarious joke. I'm not gonna say it. It'd be very rude. But anyway, it'd be like the Subaru that Subaru drivers don't buy.
No.
Is that what I was gonna say?
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, it's a WRX, so it's like a sports car.
I had a lame car, so I don't even know.
Whatever. Your car is awesome. All right, look at this, guys. It is the rudder. Oh, I must say this green.
Love it.
Hun.
Oh.
You got your wish. They're gonna let us glue it together.
Great.
Finger hinges included. It'll be easy. It's just 3.
Yeah.
They'll probably tell us to epoxy, so we'll ignore that advice immediately. Mm-hmm. Now, one tip, if you want these to not get filled with glue, there's a trick. The trick of the day is you can put Vaseline on there, you know, or just any other type of thick lube that you have lying around.
So good because we don't
before you
Vaseline.
Penetrate like this, you can just lube the heck out of that so that the glue doesn't get in there. Or you could just stick it in dirty, dry. Sorry.
Okay.
And then no, listen. Sometimes the glue will get in the hinge. And here's the thing. You have to resist the temptation to move it around a bunch. Just let it dry for a second and then just all at once it'll break. And it'll scare the crap out of you because you're gonna think you've ruined your plane. And the truth is you probably haven't unless you did. Okay, words of wisdom. Remember, I can park cars without crashing them if I try hard. Okay. Did you show them those, that's a pull system.
Oh, okay. I was mentally trying to figure that out, but.
Oh, were you thinking there was 2 rudder servos?
Well.
If you guys don't know what a pull system is, here, let me show you what it looks like. Okay, so you have this one, you pull it, and then you have this one that pulls it. And what happens is, on the end of the servo, you're gonna have, instead of just having one side that moves, both do. All right, so, sorry, I had to sneeze. Oh, what the heck? The same competitive offering we were talking about. What is, that is weird. That is weird. It's like the RC gods were like, oh. There was thunder. I didn't do a very good job of thunder that time. Somebody needs to add that to the video, please. Thank you. Okay. All right, I'm just pulling this through. Of course, there's tape probably holding it together. No, there's not. Listen. Watch. Watch and learn. See this? Like if you cut it like that, you can get it out. But see, you can't really, you know, here, get over here and do a close up. Look, see this? No, from the other side so you can see. See how I roll that out? Walk the blade in so you don't run the risk of cutting this, okay? The temptation is to cut here. You can't control the cut depth, so I'm rolling it out and away. Now, if I had a sharp knife, it would make it a little better. Here, let's try this. Any guess? Ooh, it's actually, it's virgin. Very nice. Let's just put that in. Now, let's watch. Can you do it now? Nope, still all crappy.
Not with that tape there, at least.
Yeah, the tape makes it thick. Now, oh boy. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Oh, yeah. That looks very good. It's got a little weight to it, a little oomph. Ooh, look. Screw.
Oh.
I wonder if one came out from the other side. Let's pull this right out of the sack.
Okay.
So here on Brian Phillips RC, we show the entire process so that we can make claims like this. We tell the full truth, nothing but the truth, so help us God. Now, that does mean that occasionally you see me run into a snowbank or a tree or myself or somebody else. Or the neighbor's cat. I'm just kidding, that's never happened. Crashed into everything else, literally, except for the cat. The neighbor's cat was in our yard today.
Yes.
I think by neighbor, I mean Mother Nature's cat.
Yes.
So if you ever see an orange cat, we have not changed our decorating scheme in the house. Somebody once accused us of decorating our house with our cats because they're all gray. We did not decorate the house to match our cats. That was just a happy accident. Oh, that looks very good. By the way, the big T, I'm pretty sure it's gonna say BigHorn at some point. Look, quick disconnects, beautiful carbon fiber wrapped plywood end. You see the multi-plies there? That's very nice. Big old metallic joiners. Looks like a pass-through here, so we're gonna have like a bolt that goes through, is my guess. Maybe there was a screw that was, maybe this is a screw. I don't know, we'll find out when we open the other one. Oh, it has another eye injury, guys. You gotta watch out for that.
You have a lot of iron injuries that you're...
Just listen, do we need to demonstrate this? Look,
with?
Every time I see that, I'm like, this is what I think it's like, okay, so let's see how long we can go like this.
Okay, perfect.
So listen, it's not only brain injuries that Brian gets, he also gets eye injuries. No, you have to show me. I also get eye injuries.
If you join this video 36
gross.
minutes in.
That went into my nose.
I don't think it would put
sickening
China tape on your face.
Well, you know, sometimes we open packages from China. I swear to God, they were eating lunch and they just like use their packaging from the sandwich or whatever they pulled out of the microwave or.
We haven't done a dynam for a long time.
Oh, yeah, I was just gonna say, yeah, dynam. Dynam. Is that what they say in China when there's like when they stub their toe? Dynam!
Maybe that's where it came from.
Okay, so here's the servos. It looks like an OMP Hobby SG12, 1512. Looks like a very, very high quality servo. Again, we've got this turnbuckle style adjustment, which is awesome. It must have been a heli guy again. I am not impressed with this. They picked to do the inside instead of the outside. It's probably, you know, what do they say, like 6, 1/2 a dozen sort of thing?
Yeah.
But I would say that this probably would have made better sense going straight. We will see what the other one looks like. We may have to rotate that because that looks a little bit like there might have been a helmet involved. There should have been a helmet involved when I crashed my bicycle for safety reasons because I'd be able to smell still.
Yes.
You know, safety first, guys. Okay, we're gonna continue this process. I'm just rolling the foam. It's important that you don't try to cut from top down. It's just not gonna happen. Like if you were to do it this way, that would be a very bad idea. See, I try scoring it just at the top and I just, again, Italian leather. Just think Porsche Carrera S4, Brian. Porsche Carrera S4. See what I'm talking about? Now, this is gonna be unbelievable to some of you. I also, when I was working at that job, I also worked at a fast food joint. And people ask me all the time, oh my, you know, oh buddy, yeah, screw.
But there's a screw.
Just relax for a second. Okay. We gotta make sure we don't drop this. I don't wanna damage something.
Okay.
So, but I was working at the burger joint. I can't tell any stories about this except for the time when it was kind of a slow, there was a hockey arena that was close by and they would let the hockey games out. And of course it was always after they let everybody go, like, oh, get out of here, we only need 3 people. Normally we run 18 at lunch, but it's just a drive-through, you know? We're gonna run 3 people for close and then 700 people get out of the hockey game and they come through and they want to get food. Or the football game gets out that's close by, and then all of a sudden you're dealing with like 300 people coming through. And it was a pretty busy place when I got busy. It was a good place. But people would always ask me, hey, do you still like the food at this particular restaurant? And I said, oh yeah. Yeah, you can tell. I liked it a lot.
That sounds good, actually.
Probably too much. Yeah, I know. Too bad I'm such a cheapskate.
Yeah.
Okay, that is the one that we found. So I think what happened is it was coming out of this here. I just hope it's not broken. And then there's another one. There's another one somewhere. I'm about 99.9% certain that that is correct. Okay. By the way, I'm going to just talk about piece count because even though it has taken 2 to 3 years to unpack this, it is actually going to be probably a relatively quick build in that there's just not a lot of pieces to put together. And that's the other thing too. You have to remember, since Brian Phillips RC is eccentric with certain things like, hey, I don't want to take apart my planes unless I absolutely have to. Look, they did the same thing. It must be intentional.
Okay.
I don't know. Oh, that's why they did that. Because if they would have gone to the outside, then it would have pulled on the deployment. Okay. So good reasons. Okay, by the way, also this goes to the outside of the fuse, so you can get a size reference. 78 inches is big. It's like BigHorn. So however big the horn is, that's how big it's gonna be.
Like a sewing spool.
I was thinking that we could probably use this for a special project.
I'm sure you will definitely.
I'm gonna put this over here just to keep that.
I'm gonna send that to Al's house. He can start keeping your garbage.
Can't be sending my garbage to Al. Jeez, it's awkward. Okay, look, watch this. I'm gonna roll this and I'm gonna cut it out. Now, you don't have to cut it out. You could just slide this off the end, but I'm gonna just tell you this right now. I don't trust myself to do it without causing damage because it's just, I'll end up screwing something up. I mean, look at the rest of the stuff I've done today. The stories you heard.
Yeah, you had much more interesting job experiences.
Yeah. I didn't change any poopy diapers the whole time. Well, there was that.
You did take a kid to the bathroom once for me.
Yeah. The camera crew worked at a daycare. So
yes.
It might seem
much
less intense than Italian leather seats.
And I still can't drive a stick shift.
She can, technically.
No, she can't.
Yeah, because we got a car for me that my kid occasionally drives. Yeah, it's the insurance agent. And it's a stick. So of course it's fun. So. All right. The moment of truth. The moment you've been waiting years for. Brian, I've been making this all a while. I got like 6 matches here. Hurry up with that unbox. Okay. I get it. Man, I got like 3 more matches going.
You mean to hold it?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, hey. Oh, I didn't say pull it. I said hold it.
Okay. Oh my gosh.
So the pull system, this must be a quick release. Sweet. I must say, okay, this looks really nice. Feels substantial on the nose. The cowl is a really nice fit. That's where the screws came from. Oh, I wonder.
There's also not a screw there, and there's
that's where it came from. That's where it came from. Guys, this feels really well done, okay? It also has an XT90 I can see through the window. Spring-loaded detachment points there with magnets holding it down. Really well done. The glass looks worse on the model than it does when I pull it out. It's kind of got a little bit of that scratched, like when somebody was bending this into position, or like if you were going to FPV on it, I think you'd get a ton of distortion on the sides. Oh. I'm not going to FPV this. I could care less. You're not going to catch me FPV in this plane, just so you know. Okay, beautiful. Looks good. I don't know how to tell what species that wood is. And if you could tell me about that wood.
Yeah, sure. You made a rub it and see if it can.
Well, I mean, you'll want to be careful. Just don't like start a fire.
Okay.
Okay, look. Release and lift. Oh yeah. That's got good penetration. See? Look at that. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Put your hand out.
I don't know.
And you can have that.
Thank you.
You can save that for me. That'd be great.
Definitely do that.
Oh, there's your pull system. Looks like they use the same. Honestly, I'm not partial. Oh, are those tinted windows? No, they just use black film here. So instead of having windows back there, it'd be kind of cool if those were windows. Okay. Wing joiner, quick releases. Look at this. Look at this, guys. Does that like go up when you release it, or does it go down? Like, I can't tell how that's going to work.
Just slide it.
No, it goes up. Does it?
I don't know.
Seems like it's kind of like backwards. It's kind of weird. Oh, look, when you loosen this, it's going to shoot up. It's just, it's going to go up. It's going to shoot up like at 1,000,000 miles an hour. Oh, you pull up, you pull out, and then it goes up. Yeah, okay. So did you guys see that? You're going to have to shoot it in from a weird angle here. I mean, I know that's usually kind of my thing, but you see what I'm trying to do there?
Sort of.
Like, I pull this out and it's supposed to go up, but it's kind of like stuck on something.
You have to loosen it more?
I don't know. We might need to lube the shaft a little bit. Oh. Yeah, once you get it down to the bottom, I got to push down a little bit. And once I push down and pull out, then it might release. Yeah, but I'm just like nervous because, guys, it's not weak, but it's not as strong. Go back a lot so that they can see what the heck I'm doing. Go back like this. Thanks. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get my hands in here without breaking something or getting in there on the edges of this carbon fiber, because that crap will rip up your skin and it hurts. I'm trying to pull down and out and then let it go up, but it's not wanting to go up. You know what? Maybe they got glue on that thing. Watch this, guys. Watch this. They get glue on this, you suppose? Like right on the edge, maybe? We just got the blade. It's fresh blade. Okay. Let's not hurt ourselves on camera, Bren. So I'm trying to pull this out. It's just not wanting to go up. I mean, I'm certain I'm going to get it. I'm just not certain why it's fighting me. I could lube the crap out of it. That is going to have to go up, just so you know. I mean, it's 100% necessary. It's not an optional step is what I'm getting at.
Right.
And just like that, the unbox is done. Technically, we've taken all the pieces out. Oh, there's tape on these. Yeah, I'm probably gonna leave the tape on it.
Okay.
Because I don't want those pull-pulls. Oh, and then look, we have a little protective foam insert here. You know, that actually goes around the beautiful Sunny Sky motor. It's a monster. Okay. Let's see if maybe I do it from this other angle. Wow, look at that wing box. Look at that box. They have aluminum. Oh yeah, landing gear, holy landing gears. You see what I'm talking about?
Yes, I do. Mm-hmm.
Can they see?
Yes.
Did you point at it with your finger?
I didn't. Right here.
Okay, you should do that thing. By the way, look at this. Look what we got. We got that extra line. I bet that's probably going to be a very disappointing non-thrust reverse. But it could be. And if it was, I'd be happy. So, hon, I'm just going to keep this in case.
Yeah, for sure.
So, I mean, if we wanted to make a tire out of this, we could do that.
Is this like 1902?
We'll just keep that forever. If we need to build something someday. Okay, so getting back to the point, we're gonna go ahead and have a wire for throttle. Looks like a few wires come into the wing. These are quick detaches, and they're just all tangled up here. Oh yeah, they're split out, guys. Look, you actually can land. Oh yeah, don't you know? That's gonna be good stuff. Okay, so I'm really kind of like weirded out by this whole concept of why did this not go up? I got that one to go, no problemo. But this one, it just feels like stuck. And I'm like, it's strong. I don't want to break it, but you can imagine my reluctance to want to pull really hard on this. So I'm going to unscrew a little bit more. And that's going to actually, I don't know that it actually changes the absolute position. It just moves the shaft in and out a little bit. But that thing, I'm just afraid I'm going to push on it. It's going to go boom like that. And it's going to like slice my finger open.
Oh.
You want to give it a shot?
Do I want to?
Yeah. I mean, you just like, you seem to be thinking like I'm screwing around.
No,
I can't figure out what I'm doing wrong. Show them a view from the side on this one. No, so they can see the hole. Look, You guys see what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
That one goes fine. Like it's actually quite easy to use.
So do you have to loosen that little pink thing more?
No, I already loosened it. But I don't even think you really have to loosen it. I'm like pushing on the shaft too. So like I'm pulling out the little ringy thing, the handle thing, and I'm well past where the metal would release it. But my concern is like if I boom like that, it might break something. Like me. I don't want it to break me.
Well,
I'm gonna get some lube. Okay, so I'm just gonna use some dry lube. Okay. So this is gonna I'm just gonna barely do it, okay? Just a tiny little bit and just let it dry on there, just a hair. And all that's gonna do is just hopefully break it free. I might as well hit this side while I've got it out. I don't usually have to lubricate these things, but I am just gonna go ahead and slide it in there. I was trying not to get that everywhere. We'll just put this out of the way. I hope that lets it go, okay? Because it's really freaking me out, because like if I can't get that, we can't fly this plane.
Right.
So I'm gonna get needle nose pliers next. My biggest fear is that shaft is actually bent a little bit.
Or like misshapen or something?
No, I doubt it's misshapen, because they would have noticed that before they installed it. My fear is it got bent somehow in shipping.
Oh.
But how would that have gotten bent? So it could be that maybe I'm just not aggressively enough pulling this out. I don't know. I'm pretty sure I'm pulling it out far enough.
Seems like it.
I can't even open the tool enough to do it. So I have to go to a different type of tool that's gonna make it kind of challenging to get in there. What if I try these, hon? You suppose these? Yeah, you see what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I just want to see like how hard that one was to.
You just reach in there and see how hard it is?
Yeah.
Like whenever you want, you just grab right in there?
Yeah.
Right.
Usually.
Okay. I'll let it go this time. So listen, I'm gonna pull out on the red handle. I don't think spinning it's doing anything, to be honest. I'm just quite nervous about this because I do not want to have this thing broken. I could undo the screws, but those screws come from the outside. This is the head we're seeing going through, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so gosh, what is the best recourse here? Because that's supposed to go free now, and it is like it's glued in there.
Yeah.
I'm just afraid somebody got glue in there.
So how, if that's the case?
I'm just trying to figure out a place I can bite it to get it to release. Because I don't want to like damage the shaft. If I get in there with like forceps and I score the shaft, once I score the shaft, it's going to be like, ow.
Right. Well, and I'm worried that I heard your joke. Sorry.
That wasn't a joke.
Oh.
That was serious business.
Well, I'm worried you're going to like poke through the film on the other side or something.
With my shaft?
Yeah.
Okay. We're going to try the bent tip forceps. I wonder if I could do this, and then maybe I could just pull up on it with my index finger. It feels like it's never going to move. Like it feels solid.
Maybe we need to pause and say some magic words.
Nope. I'm bit onto the shaft now, which is, again, kind of like not really my job usually. Get out of there. What is the deal, yo? I'm really not sure what to do on this. Okay, we'll pause. All right, so I've been racking my brain trying to figure this out, and I was like, maybe I can just hammer it, because I was trying to open the mouth of the jaws and then just tap it, just get it on there and I could lower it, but then there's like no way to get the tools in there. And then I was like, I could do a C-clamp, but no. I'm just gonna show you what ultimately seems to be working. Make sure that you got no sharp edge. So I'm using the butt end, the handle end. And what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna tap up on this. But you see, I'm on the film here, guys. So I wanna tap it, but I'm just gonna go pull out the handle and then tap. There it goes. See, once it's free, I think it's gonna be no problem. But it just was so stuffed. I don't think you guys understand. You probably can't see on my finger, but when I press hard, it leaves an indent, and it was there for like multiple minutes. I was pressing extremely hard to the point of It just made me nervous. And I don't like putting this stuff in next to that film because I don't want to deteriorate the finish at all. But look, now I bet it's going to work perfect. Come here. There you go. You guys see what's going on there? I'm serious. The shaft has probably got a little mar on it. And so I'm just working it while I can get that dry lube in there. And now it's fine. Like, honestly, the other one is perfect. So we did admittedly check the manual. It's a color manual. Mm-hmm. We just don't have it. We're not going to read it. Why would I do that?
I mean, sometimes I read them because other stubborn people don't.
You mean because you're not a glutton for punishment like me?
I mean, I'm married.
So guys, now that I've got my damaged shaft lubed up well, it worked just fine. Now I can actually get the wings on if I wanted to put the wings on. Okay, so we have tape holding the cowl on. There's a screw hole here and a screw hole here. We found where the other screw goes. Did we put that into the bottom?
No, I think it's still sitting over there.
It's over
right
here?
in front of the screw bag, between the screw bag and the prop, right there.
Oh, yeah, let's get this flipped over. And sorry guys, that actually took quite a while. Like I spent like probably 10 minutes on that. Long enough that the camera crew had to take the box out while I was fiddling with it. So these are gonna go here, obviously. It does look like there's attachment points here for the wing struts. And I guess while this is off, we could figure out what size it is and just mount the landing gear.
Right.
So as usual, a seamless transition, perfectly planned and executed by Brian Phillips RC. That's what we do, perfectly planned transitions on Brian Phillips RC. We definitely don't ever just deal with the hand where we're dealt in whatever terrible way it was dealt. Yeah. You could probably use Loctite on this. And I ordinarily am not a huge fan of Loctite, but because this is a balsa wood model and we're dealing with metal on metal in a nut zert, I am comfortable with doing Loctite.
If somebody read the directions, it says apply glue to all the screws. Like every time you put in a screw, it says apply glue to the screws.
It does on this? Mm-hmm. Well, then, are we gonna apply glue or are we gonna do Loctite?
Just do Loctite. I mean, it doesn't matter either way, right?
Glue is different than Loctite.
Well, it says glue, but why?
Because then I get to talk about my shaft.
If we have to use glue, then we have to watch you unclog your shaft like 47,000 times in the next hour of my life.
You mean this shaft?
Yes.
Okay. So we're going to use our Bob Smith Industries glue, which is hilarious because I've reached out to Bob Smith Industries like, hey, do you want us to feature your product on the channel? Which we're obviously already doing that. But instead of, we would tell the full truth anyway, but we just always talk about how the tip is clogged.
But we still use it.
You can hear it. It's not clogged. It's like a miracle of science. How is this not clogged now? It's going to be immediately clogged when I go to use it. So the other thing too is there was a time, believe it or not, where I would use a drill bit to clean this out. And what I don't understand is like, why in the heck can we not have a tip that's going to like actually close the lid is totally beyond me. Totally.
I don't know. That seems a little much for 2026. Just have a tip.
I thought you were talking about how expensive this was.
Well,
because it is very expensive.
It is very expensive.
CA has always been expensive, even back in the early, like the Stone Age,
the 1900s.
When I started doing this. I shouldn't say that because we have a lot of people that watch this that are a lot older than me. Okay, so it's working. So they said to use glue?
Yeah.
I mean, you could use Loctite though.
I don't know why you couldn't.
Well, of course you could. Okay, so I'm gonna put this on. This is a 2mm drive here. So we're just gonna go like, on here, just a tiny little bit. You don't want a lot because you're not trying to make it so you can't get it apart ever. I'm gonna go the opposite side of the hole from where the glue went, okay? And I'm gonna literally go to the opposite side of the hole so that I can pass it through without getting the glue from the threads onto the carbon fiber. I haven't tightened that yet. And now watch, I'm gonna do this a little bit better demonstration this time. See, I'm gonna go right here, just a tiny little bit, one drip on the tip of the threads on that side. Then I'm gonna hold it tight to the camera crew side, which is opposite where the glue is, to minimize the amount of glue that gets into the carbon fiber. Why do I care? Because I don't really wanna glue this bolt to the carbon fiber. I wanna glue this bolt to the nutsert inside. Torque it down. Now, I am actually super excited for how robust these landing gear are. You know, I might even be able to actually intentionally hit snow.
Well, I mean, I'll do that.
It's kind of a joke, guys. In case you were wondering, it was a hilarious joke. Camera crew just took it to another level like usual. Okay, so we're gonna put those there. We're gonna do this another 2 millimeter drive. This is aluminum on steel. Looks like black anodized steel in this case. This is gonna slide on. Oh yeah, that's pretty good. I normally wouldn't lube the shaft, but since I have my lube right here, I'm just gonna let the drips flow. I'm not even gonna like spray it. There was a tiny little bit in there. And this lube will hopefully keep this quiet when it's landing. Okay, very good. So now look, watch this, guys. One tiny little drip. Oh yeah, right there, just a little bit. Barely anything, okay? And that way, if it is just a little bit of reluctance to undo, okay? Now this would be a time where you'd probably want to use a Loctite if you're not going to use the super glue. Torque it down. Now why? Because you don't want it to come undone when that's, that is pretty smooth machining, guys. I gotta say, the build so far has been incredibly easy, with the exception of, we're on like step 4. It's supposed to be hilarious.
Well, yeah.
I hope people get that. The build has been incredibly smooth. Unfortunately, Unbox took 6 years. So we had to stop. See the happy birthday. Happy birthday. Show them the happy birthday. We've had so many birthdays that we just stopped. We just kind of left it up for the entire 6-year period. Okay, slide this. Oh yeah, that's pretty good tight fit there. Oh yeah, we're good. All right, so now squeeze one tiny little bit of a CA onto the tip. Very good. We're just going to follow that into the hole. Camera crew, you've got hopefully an angle that's not terrible. I trust that you will pick up all of the screwing and penetration. Okay, very good.
Got it.
Thank you.
Is tiny a word? Or did we just make
No,
that
it's
up?
our son.
Kid made it
Our
up,
son
right?
made it up.
Okay.
Tiny is not a word.
We use it so much that I forget that it's not actually.
You guys probably don't understand what the heck I'm talking about. Like, does he not know that that's not a word? No, I do. That has quite the tall stance. Okay?
Yeah, it does.
Now, genuine, honest question. Do we have to put the rudder on before we do the wheel? I don't know. This is a Ziploc bag.
Ooh, you almost ripped a hole in a sack that you could have kept forever.
Thank God I didn't.
I think you can
We would have been financially ruined
I know.
without that. I'm just gonna
Pack it up now.
put this right over here, just to keep it. Huh?
I
Can you come over here and look at this?
think you can put them on first. I think you can put that on before you put the rudder on. Hold still, your tiny sack.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm a little bit weirded out by this because, man, that is, holy cow. That is, oh, there it goes. It's free now. Okay. Very nice. So this shaft screws in. Yeah, like I said, ooh, it's kind of got a little bit of softness to it. It's just straight up rubber. Like it's solid rubber. But look at that, milled.
Yeah.
This is just unusually high quality landing gear. Nut, flat screw. And then this is going to get actuated by the rudder. My fear is, we have to have this on in order to slide the rudder on. But in order to slide the rudder on, we have to be careful to get the glue in the hole, which we are going to need glue because this is going to pass through here, guys, like that. And then that's going to be what actuates the actual steerable tail wheel. And this is carbon fiber, not steel. So even though this is incredibly heavy, this is incredibly light, which sort of seems like a, I don't know, a little bit of a miss if you ask me. Keep it all light maybe? I don't know. It's fine. I don't really care. I'm happy with it being high quality, okay? Now, we do have 2 screws here, okay? And then we have 3 finger holes you'll stick your fingers in there and just, you know, work it around. Also, look at this release. This release goes out and up and then down. Same on both sides. These actuated perfectly. We didn't have the same problem we had with the other stuff, okay? So, like I said, I'll take it if I can get it. And I did, so I'm good with it. So just moving my accelerator over there. I don't understand why we have this hardware. Do we need to replace the hardware that's here? And that's kind of where I'm struggling right at the moment. That is a 2mm drive. I'm gonna pop this out. I'm assuming they want us to use this hardware, but why are there 3 of them in the bag?
In the manual about putting that on.
There was? Mm-hmm. So you're saying there's instructions?
Yes.
So I'm gonna undo these 2 screws, and while I pull these out, camera crew and I are gonna figure out what the manual says. Okay, so the instructions were ambiguous. I don't think we need this hardware.
I don't think so either.
This is like either spare hardware that'd be used if you didn't have one or something was missing, or you have to replace it on the rudder, because this stuff would normally be used on the rudder assembly right there, okay? And then these screws, I don't even know what these screws are for. Maybe it's for an ARF, because really there is no place to put it, right?
Right.
Because look, it's like a spare in case this came out in transit maybe. But then where are you gonna put screws? So camera crew is saying that their drawings show everything already installed at this stage. But like, frankly, I don't know that I'm comfortable with that just quite yet.
I don't know if it matters because you're gonna be able to slide the metal rod. Slide through.
What do you?
This is why you talk, not me.
Okay. I just wanted you to feel how it was.
I say stupid stuff too.
I do often. A lot more than you. So, all right. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna put those screws back in, which means we're gonna glue them back in. I still firmly believe that this needs to be on first. And then when we do, it's gonna be a pain though, because we're gonna have to glue that in and slide it into this all at the same time. Because guys, this is already like part of the assembly.
Yeah.
There is no like middle ground. I think you have to have this on because you can't swivel this in. And you could disassemble the entire landing gear assembly, but you'd have to take off the wheel, then you'd have to take all the screws out, you'd have to undo this, and then this would go vertical. So it's gonna be a huge pain. So this needs to be installed first. That's what we're doing.
Okay.
Pure luck of the draw, as usual, on Brian Phillips RC. You've seen it here first.
Pure luck of the draw.
You've seen it here first on Brian Phillips RC, 37th. That is kind of funny because we always see the guys from Buddy at Joe Nall. We didn't this year because they were
lame and didn't come.
No, they went to another event, which is fine. And to be honest, it was more like a heli type event, I think. So they do a lot of heli business.
No, they went to.
Did they?
They went to Seth.
Look. I used to know a guy named Seth. No, not Seth. Not Seth. Seth.
You knew a guy named Seth?
Seth. You know, like Seth and
Did
Leaf.
his parents not like him?
No, listen. There was the guy I worked with at that restaurant I was telling you about. You've never met a Seth before?
No.
Yeah, it's like a thing. Like people name their kids Seth.
Seth.
And other stupid things.
I don't know people named Seth.
Any Seths watching?
Sorry.
Please leave it in the comments.
Great.
Let us know about the emotional damage. Emotional damage. Okay, look. I found the hole. Now, these are getting glued as well, okay? It does seem a little bit on the, you know, kind of not a lot of support for this landing gear, but it could be great. I don't know. Sometimes I'm outdone. I'm out bamboozled by these models. And I can tell you right now that we have built a lot of models and I have broke a lot of tail wheels. Like for instance, the J3 Cub that used to be over there, over there. Show them where the J3 Cub would be. Okay. That J3 Cub is downstairs, by the way, because I'm currently waiting on a new prop. The prop is intact, but I just kind of, you know, sanded it down with the pavement a few times. And so it kind of sounds like a gasser when I'm running it. So I just got to get a new prop for it. But getting back to the point, what was my point?
I don't know.
Something about Seth.
Seth.
Okay, so we have tape holding these lengths down. I'm just gonna go ahead and move the tape off. Hey, camera crew, if you point the camera like where I'm working, they'll be able to see at home when they're watching that show.
Well, then why did you start with the side away from me?
Well, just because, you know, that's where I was standing. I figured you would, you know, move your body to where I was doing things. I sometimes...
I don't know why you can't make this easier for me.
Well, okay. I'll do better.
Won't.
I won't, definitely won't. I might do worse.
Probably.
Listen, you sure you want to temp bait? Let's tighten these a little bit more. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh yeah, so where the J3 Cub used to sit, I broke that landing gear a number of times in the tail and I had to rebuild it, but that was part of the rudder assembly. And so this gets away from that to a certain extent, because if you have a really rough landing, then you still manage to translate almost all the force into the rudder. So again, I'm not really sure.
It doesn't really get that away.
But I don't know, somebody thinks it is. Then they're probably smarter than me. So I need to glue these in, and this is always the $10,000 question. To CA or to epoxy? And the real answer should be probably something like this. Probably you're supposed to epoxy these, but I'm just gonna CA them, okay?
Yeah.
Now, as long as you get this to be at 90 degrees like that, so you just don't want it to be at an angle like that, it'll bind your rudder. So these are really not too hard to do. What you wanna do is you just wanna make sure that the tip is slathered with lots of this sticky stuff. And if it's not slathered appropriately, it's probably not gonna work very well, okay? So you can see there's a little bit of glue just poking through, and I'm just trying to open up the tip just a little bit so we don't have to fight this. And usually this is the time where I start really having to clean the tip a lot. Just remember, guys, keep your tip clean. I think they said that on the Red Green show, didn't they?
Oh, is that where that comes from?
I don't know. I definitely didn't get it from the Red Green show. I got it from, you know, knowing that you need to keep your tip clean. But he did have a lot of really key critical moments that have shaped my life.
Good life
and
lessons.
World.
Yeah.
Like, I'm just gonna show you guys this. This is one of my joys of life, is trying to get this tip. Look at the tip bending. Yeah, it's like, there's nothing quite like bending. Do you see where I bent it?
Yeah.
Good Lord. This bottle is so crappy. I need to like redo this tip so that I don't have to fight it.
Switch it out.
Yeah, why don't we pause and we'll switch. All right, so I put a brand new tip on there and I just cut it. When I say brand new, I mean used. Look at that, okay? A little bit of glue, top, a little bit of glue, bottom. Not much, but enough to get the job done. Okay, you don't want that to come out into your hinge knuckle or whatever you call that. So I'm gonna go in and then I'm gonna spin it a little bit and just spin it and then walk it back. And I'm gonna get to where this is horizontal and it's gonna be just like this, because I wanna keep that hinge mechanism very close to the edge. And then I'm gonna turn this sideways while the CA is still setting up. And I'm just gonna turn it sideways like this and just make sure that it's truly 90 degrees, okay? If it's not quite 90 degrees, now is when you're gonna fight to make it exactly 90 degrees, okay? Once you're confident that you either have it set or you're totally comfortable with where it is, you can try to use InstaSet and you can put a drip down there if you want. I'm gonna do that this time. You probably don't have to do that, but just for the sake of keeping the video moving along because it's so short, we're gonna put a drip there. And that drip is gonna chase down into the opening, with the idea being I'm gonna immediately wipe off any excess, okay? So that's close enough to perfection. Just make sure that it's set before you start wriggling it, because you don't wanna work it into the joint, okay? Again, manufacturers that are building these planes, it'd be nice if you would just do as much of the assembly as possible at the factory. Some of the manufacturers are better and some are worse at doing that exact thing, okay? In this case, I'm gonna go ahead and pull the second one out and we're gonna repeat the process. Again, just a little bit on the top and a little bit on the bottom because it's gonna get swiveled around inside of there, but you need to get a little bit of glue in there. You don't wanna go totally light on this. This is gonna be a very 3D capable, aerobatic capable plane. See how much is on the outside? I'm gonna pull it out totally. I'm gonna wipe off the CA and then I'm gonna go back in with a deep penetration, okay? Then I'm not gonna go deep enough to where that glue is gonna work its way into the knuckle, but I just gotta make sure that I am close to where I need to be. And I can tell it's getting right close to it. So I gotta pull it out and wipe off the tip at the base there. And then hope it doesn't set up while it's halfway in, okay? So now, that one, yep, we're good and square. And this time, I wanna make sure keep it vertical until I get some kicker in there because I am really close to my joint. Let that kicker do its thing, give it maybe a couple of drips so it goes in and around on that one because it was a little bit too close to call. And you can see we did get a little bit in there, but we have good freedom, so we're good, okay? So now I'm gonna dry off any of that kicker and just get that out of there as soon as possible so that we don't have it accidentally quick set this glue joint when we go in, okay? So we can put those straight. And this is a pretty straightforward process. It's not super hard. There's only 3 of them. Sometimes you have more than 3. It seemed to work better when I got the glue a little bit closer to the end, so I'm gonna try to keep it down at the tip. So as opposed to going further up, okay? So I'm gonna touch this to the hole and just let it pull some of the glue off. And then I'm gonna let it wriggle its way down in there as I spin. I'm spinning to pull it in. That's my goal. Okay, and once it could probably use a little bit more glue. I could actually probably stick the tip in there. This is the other thing you could try to do. Just put a little bit in there like that, okay? So that's about twice as much glue now. But I can just tell you this from experience, when you get close to where you think you want it, I'm gonna alternate this one so the hinge is mounted upside down compared to the other 2. And I'm just gonna give this, ooh, see, I'm at a bit of an angle. So I wanna make sure to square that before it gets totally set, okay? So square it. Make sure it's totally square and set where it needs to be. And then I'm gonna take the Insta-Set and I'm gonna let that work into the hinge mechanism and past the hinge in to set the glue. All right, so now that that's done, we're gonna let that set for just a second. Wipe off any excess. Okay. Then we're gonna go back and forth and just make sure anything that's in there gets knocked out. And it's getting knocked out if it was in there. I don't think it's in there at all. And this is definitely set. This is definitely set. This is definitely set. I was probably a little too light on that top one for glue, but I think we're okay, all right? So very good. So now we get those 3 lined up like that. And then when we put it into the actual fuse, we can real carefully actually align. I'm gonna just clean my tip with a very clean portion. I can probably stick this into the hole because we have the tail sticking up like that. Now, a couple things to keep in mind. I don't want this to fall down when we do this and get the glue all over, but it's very heavy on the nose, shouldn't be any problem. But we could also chalk the wheels if we were concerned about it rolling on us. So all I'm gonna do is just go up here and just glue one big drip, one big drip, make sure it goes into the hole and not down the side of the plane. And then one big drip, let it touch the top and it'll pull it in with a little capillary effect. 2 big drips, 2 big drips, 2 big drips. I think we probably do 4 drips. There's 1 big drip, there's 1 big drip and 1 big drip. And then you just don't want it to like poop out all over the place when you're going to do this. Okay. All right, so now that we've got a little bit of glue in there, I'm gonna let this stuff fall back into the tube until air comes out. Then I can wipe the tip And then I can put the cap on, the correct color so we know what it is. But you'll notice it's losing the air is allowed to get past that. So this is the wrong color tip. This would be like a foam safe. But what you want is when you put that on there, you don't want it to lose its sides. So you can tell it's not losing its air pressure. It's sucked air, press the air out, put it on. It doesn't lose air. That means the tip will stay good. So I'll have to figure out how to mark that so I don't accidentally grab the wrong glue and have it melt foam. Oh, by the way, we also have glue setting up. So I got to slide this on the shaft. It'll go on real easy. And then this one here, we're just going to go into our assembly. Holy cow, that is like not even close. Okay, sticking that in. You see what I mean by it's not even close? Holy cow. Okay, press that in. And to be honest with you, I'm glad that pretty much went to where it went, but that's not deep enough. It needs to go deeper. Oh, geez. I don't know if I'm gonna get it any deeper. That was not what I wanted to happen. I wanted it to go deeper. There it goes. Don't break. Don't you dare break. See this? It's not deep enough. That would be better. See, I have to press through the frame of this. There's no way for me to grab the front. And I'm trying to widen my hand grip up as much as possible. That might be as far as I can get it, guys. So this gap, you see that? I didn't get deep enough. You can do better with yours though, folks. Do better with yours. Oh man, I do not want to break this rudder. Okay, well, that's as good as it's gonna get. Just make sure you're not gonna pinch. See mine, how it's closing the gap and it's going tighter? You wanna hold that. You wanna make sure it's square. I mean, it's gonna work. I just was really hoping that I would get the bridge of this nose all the way down flush. Can they see it, hon? Can they see it?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, it's gonna be good for actuation. It's gonna be clear. If this was coming down and touching, that'd be a big problem. You need to fix that. So what that would mean is that you got this hinge tight and you got these two hinges like way out of whack. So it'd be better if you could get better penetration. I just don't, maybe the holes weren't deep enough. Maybe you want to penetrate a little deeper into this. I'll tell you one tip. If you were to put those fingers into the plane first instead of putting them into the rudder first, you might find that it's a little easier to dry fit it and see what type of depth you get. I did not think to dry fit that. I should have totally dry fit. I should have dry fit it. But I'm okay with that. It's gonna be fine. It's not gonna be a massive problem. The other thing too is when you get that hinge in closer, you might need to open up a little bit, and you wouldn't even have to use really a drill, but you might need to drill out where that knuckle's gonna go. But definitely gonna work, definitely gonna actuate the wheel, and really good covering film. I was just noticing the covering here, how nice they did on just even on this hidden spot. They did a really nice job on this plane. It looks gorgeous, really tight film, no issues. And it's always funny, like when you talk inside of these, they echo. Hello, do you hear it? It echoes. I don't know if you'll hear it on my mic, but I just think that's funny. Okay, so now real quick, side note. We have these things that are gonna go on, and they are toolless install, but they don't have to go on until we have those linkages done. So I'm a little bit torn. I'm not 100% sure exactly what we're gonna do to get this assembly done, because pull-pull systems are somewhat more picky than other options. I know we're gonna go through that, but I don't remember getting any other hardware. Oh, there is hardware. Look, right here. See, here's the hardware. Keep that tape on there. Is there clamps? Yeah, there's clamps, it looks like, maybe. See those clampy doohickeys? Those, no, those are pass-throughs for the servos. So how are we supposed to actually terminate? How are we supposed to terminate this? Because I understand, okay, so I'm gonna do both sides, right? We are gonna probably have to center the servo with a servo test unit with our XBC battery checker. So they gave us a lot of extra. So normally that would feed back like this all the way down and on both sides, of course. But then look where it's going. It's going under that. I think we're gonna have to make it go from above or from the bottom up so that it avoids this release. You know, you're kind of blocking my light. Thank you. That'd be much better. Thank you. I'm just having trouble finding the hole down here. Oh, there it is. Okay. So we're through, but I am like really torn on how we're going to terminate that, because normally you would fold that back over and there'd be like you would slide it through and then crimp it. But I don't remember seeing anything that was like a crimp style tool. These might be crimps. I don't think they actually are though. You see this? Those are screws. Those might be crimps, but I don't think they're crimps. I just think those are pass-throughs that are supposed to go through the servos. Okay, so this is what I was talking about. And I think that there's 1, 2, 3, 4 of them, 4 washers and only 2 nuts. So I don't know why they would provide these. I think the nuts work with these, and these would be consistent with the servos. And if you look right here, the way the servos are passed through, my guess is that this is actually the collar that would normally go around that hardware. Now, this could also be, and so we're gonna have to just guess and check because we could not find a picture in the manual. So we're just gonna double check that this is not, by process of elimination, we're gonna make sure this isn't a crimp end, okay? So if this is a crimp end, then what's gonna happen is eventually this will go through and it will double up and then be crimped. So you'd have to actually feed this through first. Now again, guys, I am not sure if this is right, so just bear with us on this. Okay, I don't think this is the way it's gonna work, so let's just try it. You see what I'm talking about?
It does go through there though.
Yeah, it does fit, but I don't know if that's supposed to be the crimp.
I have no idea.
So let's just go ahead and go with it for now and see what happens if we run into a problem. See, there's gonna be so much excess, this will have to eventually get cut. Because like it is definitely way too long right now. Which is okay, I'd rather have it too long than too short, okay? But you see, it doesn't like going through there very much. And so once you commit to that, you're committed, right? Ooh, see it's pulling? So now it's pulling the slack on the other side. So I'm just gonna feed one of these on each side. I don't even think this is right, but worst case scenario, we feed these on and then we crimp them, and it's not even the right tool, but whatever, if it works, it works. So we'll see. I mean, I am not certain that this is right. I feel kind of bad not having a crimp tool that would be designed for this, but I have other mechanisms I could use if this doesn't work. And you might not, I don't know. Because I was thinking I could use a butt splice and just cut off the plastic, or use a butt splice that would have, this designed for like a ground. So you see how this has like the kind of the rounded end, or whatever you want to call that. So I'm gonna slide it in this way so that the other side can be guided in a little bit, okay? Slide it past where you need to be. Try not to lose it in the actual plane. Going in from the underside, because normally there are like actual terminations for these. So I normally would have like a set screw or something on it. It's awkwardly difficult to get it through this from the other side. Okay, there it is. Got it. And then I have the XBC battery checker here, or checker, it's just the XBC 200 checker. This is the newer version. Okay. And we're gonna test. Okay, slide that through, walk that through. By the way, if you guys ever need supplies that we use on this channel check out brianphillipsrc.com/supplies. Okay, so then this, you know, goes like that, right? And then same thing over here. We're just going to feed this through into here, and I'm trying to avoid the film so that I don't damage something. I'm sorry. When you build a plane, it's kind of like, you know, there's certain angles where we can film it and there's certain angles where we can't, and my hands get in the way, so my apologies if that happens during a big chunk of the builds, especially radio setup is especially difficult. Okay. So that is not correct yet because the rudder is not centered and I haven't electrically centered the servos, okay? So I'm gonna just take this crap and I'm gonna just move it out of the way. This stuff is, I don't even think this is right, but we're gonna still go with it for now because it's probably as right as it can be. So I got a battery plugged into the XPC battery checker. So just any run-of-the-mill smart battery. It doesn't have to necessarily be smart. Servo test. I don't know which one. Okay. Then we have 2 servo wires that come up from the back. This is one of them. And I don't know which one's which, so we'll just guess and check, and hopefully we get it right on the first go around. Negative is toward my belly, so I'm gonna flip the thing over and put it so that the brown is toward the camera crew. Okay, so now this might not do anything. Nope, it doesn't because I've got it wrong. Where's the other one? Oh, it's this one, because it's the pole. Okay. So brown is away from my belly, signal. Okay, so we'll flip this over. Okay. Okay, so I can double click and do a sweep. You can see there's a
ton of slack in there.
Yeah, right. But like, listen, so it's doing a sweep right now, okay? Just make sure it doesn't yank out while you're doing this, okay? Very important step to not have it yank out. There's tons of slack, goodness gracious. Okay, see, when I pull it, eventually I get to the point where I've got slack out here. Oh boy, that was a little scary. Okay, I think I'm gonna hold it in the center position now. Okay, so it's in the center now. Forced to the center. Now I can just center my rudder mechanically. Just pull this down and just slowly walk it in. It's got this like coating on it, so it's making it really kind of challenging to do this. But I don't want that to go and score the finish. And then the same thing on the other side. So I'm pulling the slack toward me and just walking it in and just slowly working it around. I mean, it's not like an especially difficult thing to do. It's just kind of awkward, to be honest. Okay, see what I'm doing now? I'm just pulling this tight, like almost like shoestrings, until such a time as I get it most of the way tight. Now, you could hypothetically undo the screw and turn this in and then put the screw mechanism back in if you had an accident or you didn't quite get it right. But I don't want to have to do that. See how much slack I've got still? Mm-hmm. It's just really difficult to get this to adjust the way I want it to adjust, because it's got to make this really tight bend. It's a type of thing that, you know, like when you're filming yourself building these models, it'd be really nice to not have to film it because there's just like a lot of guess and check until it's right. And I want you guys to not have to guess and check without help, okay? So that's part of the reason why we do these videos. And you see how much slack I've got? As soon as I hear it wake up, I know I've got, it's just awkward. See, and then it wants to let go as soon as I forceps are really helpful for this though. Okay, so I've got that somewhat tight now. Okay. But I don't want this to just lose all its tension, but I also don't want to put a huge kink in it. So I'm going to come back just finger tight, okay? And just kind of halfway kink it, okay? Like that. Then I have to replicate that over here. By the way, this thing rolls like butter. It's like so super smooth. It also kind of makes me nervous. I'm going to roll it off the edge of the counter, so I'm being careful. Okay, same thing here that we did before, camera crew. You need to be aware that that thing rolls like butter. So I'm going to pull on this, the end that's coming from the servo, and it's not really, it feels like there's no slack, which doesn't even make sense because I know there's slack. See? I know there's slack. With certitude. So now what I'm going to do is I have to try to slide this collar back down. It seemed to kind of like work almost better when I got it closer, which is so counterintuitive. No, that can't work. Did it work? No way. It kind of worked. Maybe these are designed for this. Okay, so I'm gonna hold this with one set. I'm gonna do a half clip. I'm not trying to crimp that. That actually worked.
Is it pulling the slack though?
I think so.
It still looks like there's
Is there?
a little bit of slack in here.
Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can pull it tight. Is there a lot of slack? There is a lot of slack. Yeah, that actually started to crimp it too, by the way. So be careful if you guys are doing that, replicating that process. Be careful.
I mean, like, how tight should it be in here?
Pretty tight.
Well, it's not tight.
Okay, so I'm clamped onto the actual line now. Oh, it's just slipping. Forceps, you let me down. So I'm going to try to clamp on a little bit further down, and I'm going to go this way. Camera crew? Mm-hmm. Okay, so it's clamped on like really far. Let's see if I got enough bite now. I'm kind of guessing not. Oh man, that's not working worth a darn. Okay, so I have to now try to open this back up. It did sort of crimp a little bit on accident. See if I can open this back up here, guys. This is where needle nose pliers might be kind of handy. I'm gonna have to go to needle nose pliers on this step. So folks, this is not probably the most obvious way of doing this. There may be better ways. This might be one of those, random areas where I just haven't done this enough to really know the right way. But I also am sort of like, I've done it a few times. So, I mean, it's not like I've never done this. I have actually done pull systems on a few planes. Okay, so I'm just kind of, oh, dang it, it's squished. So easy. So I'm trying to open this back up, guys. See how it's allowed to check right now, or it's allowed to move? Oh, for God's sake, it is just awkward. Come on, get through there. It's not wanting to let me have that. So folks, leave it in the comments below if you've fought with a pull system before. I have. It's usually kind of a pain. They work really nice once you get them in, but is it worth the extra effort compared to a push rod? Or, I don't know. I would argue probably most of the time, no.
Yeah, what's wrong with the servo?
It's a servo.
Well, I know, but like
you mean a servo back here?
Yeah.
Well, they added all this weight with this, so yeah, I mean, why not just have a servo? Not to mention it makes it like an unremovable component then.
Well, and adjusting it is going to be...
Yeah, it's going to be a giant pain in the balls is what it's going to be. But see, this keeps neutral pressure on the servo.
You're definitely making a little bit of progress on the slack in here.
It doesn't feel like I'm making any progress.
A little bit.
It's just extremely awkward, guys. Like really, really awkward. Remember how I had trouble starting this side? Mm-hmm. It's kind of feeling the same way as I try to do this. Like it's like got a little nick in the, there it goes. I just finally got it to past the little nick. Because it's got this like clear coating on the pull line, which has just made this really difficult. Okay, so now I can pull. How's it look up there?
It's getting a little bit tighter. It's definitely tighter than the other side. So whatever we do here, we're gonna have to go back to the other side.
Well, that's gonna suck.
That right there is looking pretty. I mean, it's not like tight in here, but it's not.
Well, you kind of got to get it somewhat tight, though, is the problem. But it's like you get it too tight, and then the next thing you know, you've damaged everything.
Right.
So I'm going to slide this back down, and hopefully I can get over the top of where I've been manipulating that wire a lot. So does it seem tight to you?
It's not tight, but you're making progress.
Okay, so it's not tight.
It's not tight, but it's tighter.
It's not tight. So I wonder if I'm gonna have to probably take this link off. I mean, I could spin this. It's just a wire. I could put a little bit of tension on it. I could also try to actually here step back. I could try to see. Look, that's the way they crimped them. That's got to be the same way I'm going to do it.
Oh, yeah.
These are smaller, though. These are smaller. So you see what I was aiming for is what they did. Okay? So whatever. This is what it's going to be right here. So I'm just crimping like that. Now, if this moves all the way in and out, it's going to rip a bigger hole in that if you leave too long a tail. But you need to leave enough to have some level of serviceability. And that's why this sucks. Because, I mean, I could try to feed this whole dang thing back into the fuse. Because it's not guided through any sort of a sleeve, right?
I can't see that far back.
I know. I'm struggling with my theory here. Because my theory is, if I were to just cut this right here, cut it real close, it would look nice. But then as soon as I move the rudder really far, it might come in and engage right up into this material. So I almost wonder if I'm better to just like quite literally guide this back into the fuse with the understanding that it is going to need to ream a slightly bigger hole. But you see what I just did there? I just fed in the fuse. I don't think it's going to interfere with the movement. And then God forbid I have to, do more to this. I can still fish that back out. It's going to be a pain, but there's two lines going through now. Okay, so like I need to be able to move the fuse now. So guys, this is one of those times when you're filming that it's just like, it's just frustrating. It's an awkward step. There's not like really an obvious, super easy way to do it. So if we weren't filming, this would be a pretty easy process. It's just frustrating to make view possible for the camera crew and I to do this at the same time, okay? So now the next move is I gotta try to replicate that over here and see if I can tension this a little bit better. Because you're saying there's still slack. Okay, so
there's a little bit more slack on the side you're on now than there is on the other side. Not much.
So
if you're gonna have to twist it to tighten it, it might be.
You know what? Screw it. I'm gonna just slide this in. Okay. I'm just gonna do it. It's just the way it's gonna be. Okay. So guys, I'm just poking this into the film right now. If I can get the dang thing to go through, this side is even tighter on the hole. Okay, so I just pierced it and just feeding it back through, which just seems so ludicrous to me, but that's the pull system for you. Okay, so now that we've done that, I'm gonna just like quite literally just crimp this. This thing is super easy to crimp, but if you look at the way they did theirs, it pretty much looks like they used some needle nose pliers on it. It doesn't look like they had a crimping tool. Okay, so now we've got slack on both sides. It's imperfect. And now if I want, I can tighten this to take out the slack. Are you showing the people what I'm pointing at? Mm-hmm. Okay, so I'm just gonna tighten this a couple of turns, and it's gonna make this kind of bunch up on itself, but that's okay, because if it gets really bad, then it'll be hidden in the fuse. So now I'm tensioning this line by tightening that. Okay. And you could do that with a pull system. Okay, if this is a push rod, you wouldn't be able to do it. So I'm just turning this. And see, it's spinning around that long tail that's inside the fuse. If I decided like, hey, there's just too much on it, then we could redo this another way. I just don't want to do it the other way. The other thing you could do is you could take this stupid ball link off. You just go around and wrap it. And you would use up more of your play. Now, full disclosure, this is not centered. I'm gonna press this button and move it, but I have to be a little bit careful how I do this. Sweep, sweep. Okay, so I have the sweep function going. I'm just gonna let it run. Now remember, not overdriving these. We're going to plus 100, minus 100 spectrum world. So let's just closely inspect where we are. So the weird thing about pull systems is that you can actually have slack and it will still work. But I can tell there's still quite a bit of slack. So what would be nice is if I could torque those down and just get them where they need to be, because I feel like they're not where they need to be. Okay, so there was a tool that came with this aircraft, and it's right here, and I didn't even think about this, but I bet this is a tool that's a lot like this tool, okay? For adjusting. This says 4 millimeters and 3 millimeters. I bet you that's the same type of tool. Okay, let's see if it works. Not that one. Ooh, that one, maybe. This would be easier if it wasn't moving, but like honestly, I kind of want it moving so I can see what's gonna happen as I do this. Remember, that tail that's inside the plane is gonna be like flopping around 80 degrees or 180 degrees rather, every time I go a full turn on this, okay? So then the other tool is like this tool, OMP Hobbies. You can get these from Buddy RC. I think we have links to that, don't we?
I believe so.
Clay actually sent this to us. Thanks, Clay. I heard Clay is doing something different now. I don't know, we'll have to ask him. Okay, so as I torque this down, it's gonna eventually, cause some sort of tension just from the swiveling. And so it's not ideal, but this is gonna get the job done. So now camera crew, just so you know, I'm doing the other side now. If that makes a difference to you in your pursuit to capture this.
I'm just kind of trying to look at these lines in here too.
It's not tensioning it enough, is it?
I mean, there's slack when it gets all the way to the end, but it's...
Well, let me tell you what happens if you go too tight on a pull system. You cause all sorts of grief for yourself, and it doesn't make the rudder work any better. Because what happens is one is going to be under tension and one is under compression. Okay? So when you're going one direction, it's going to be tight. When you're going the other direction, it's going to be loose. Okay? And yes, this is probably an exercise in futility to a certain extent, because it's gonna work fine. And you can trim it. But you see what's happening here? You've got that multiple buckles. You just wanna make sure that there's not like a ton of buckles in it. This tool does work a little bit nicer than the provided tool, but to be honest, the provided tool does fine. It's actually not bad. It'd be easier if it wasn't moving, but I like being able to see it correct as I go. By the way, if you have a pull system, you can put so much pressure on it that you break your fuse if you're not careful. Or if you have it really stupidly mounted.
About 10 minutes.
So the camera crew was just warning me about running out of memory or battery or both on the phone. So my goal is we're gonna finish this plane, the build. And when I say the build, I mean, there's like a lot of pieces left, but they're gonna take like 1 minute to put together. Okay, very nice. Like honestly, I'm pretty much moderately okay with this. What are your thoughts?
It seems to be working. I just don't understand why it has to be so complicated.
I mean, I'm involved.
But I was gonna say, I'm married to you, so.
Okay, so it is clearly working. It's clearly working. Is it overkill for what we're doing with this? I mean, the answer to that is an obvious resounding probably. But it's kind of a 3D capable plane and obviously gonna be quite aerobatic. And so having a pull system, I don't know. I don't really think it's gonna add anything to the plane. It's just gonna add complexity. Oh, you're crazy. Those things are tensioned a lot better than they were.
They are a lot
Oh,
better
and by
than
the
they
way, you can tighten the other side too, which is the other thing I hadn't thought about. So if we center it, we just wanna make sure that these aren't like guitar string tight. Like they're just shy of guitar strings tight.
Okay.
So if I wanted to torque those down a little bit more, I could reach in here and get a little teeny bit more on this end, okay? This end is a lot easier to get to. And I'm just gonna show you what I'm talking about because you're gonna have even pressure on here from both sides. But now you can make adjustments to where the rudder is actually pointed, okay? You can also make an adjustment here by loosening this set, and then you can pivot it that way. But I would recommend not doing that. I would just use your pull to do it. Okay. So hon, is it a battery thing or is it a time thing? Okay. So as you can see, maybe, I can't tell if you can see at all.
I can
probably
see
because
a little bit, but I can't use my flash because my battery's too low.
Oh, okay. I definitely feel like we have enough tension. It's just very awkward to do this. The longer tool that came from OMP, this one's probably gonna make this a lot easier because I can reach down further. Oh yeah. Okay, so we're gonna pause while I do this because it's the exact same thing. Okay, so the camera crew is gonna tell you what she's seeing. As I tension the one side, it's bringing it into square. It's bringing it into true here, okay? And that's just because I'm tightening the side that's opposite, okay? So right now there's pull system, it's crossing path under here. So if I need to pull the rudder over that way, I need to adjust this one tighter. I could also loosen the other side once I have enough tension, but I will warn you that this, having a ton of extra tension on here, like I said, is not as beneficial as you might think. You don't have to have them super duper tight, but I've always thought it's better in my personal experience. But I've also only done pull systems probably what, like 4 or 5 times total.
Oh, yeah, probably so.
And they're always a real pain in the neck to set up. I don't see the additional value. And to be honest, that little bit, I would never suggest that we get that with the trim, but we could quite literally get that with the trim, you know, and that might be the better way to do it on this particular plane. Just make sure you don't get into where I could loosen the center screw, or I could loosen those 2 set screws on there. I think that's what I need to do. So let's see if we can loosen those 2 set screws and just center the servo. What do you think that is, a 1.5 right here? Oh, and I need to make sure I'm actually centered. Yeah, I'm centered right now, I'm at 0. So you see right here? Nope, this is not the right size. It's probably a 2 millimeter.
I can't even tell what screws you're looking
2 millimeter. They're on the face of this right here. So I'm loosening this. And then I'm gonna loosen this. okay? 2 millimeters, folks. And then once you loosen it enough, you'll be able to actually change the position of the output on the arm, okay? I hope. I am kind of making an assessment based on half information, okay? So once that's loosened, can I straighten it? Okay, so let's just go back through the test. The sweep looks really good. Now back to the center. That is really, really close.
It's definitely tighter too.
Okay, so now I'm gonna torque this down on this side. And then I'm gonna torque it down on this side. So you guys saw the general process here. I'd be lying if I said that I have done a ton of pull systems. I haven't. So is this the best way you could do it? I doubt it highly. There's probably easier, trickier ways to do it. But at the end of the day, we're always learning in this hobby. Everybody's always learning. Brian Phillips is. So we're always learning. Let's learn how to put this in. Stick it in the hole, run it through. And to be honest with you, this build has been really easy. There is what appears to be a screw hole here, but I won't be able to get to that. So I'm assuming it's just gonna latch. Oh, it's this thing. It's this thing. So pull that down first, slide this on, okay? And the first go around might be, ooh, you wanna grab the horizontal stabilizer and not the rudder. So do that, and then don't forget to snap this in, guys. Dang it, I pushed it out with the wing. Here, I gotta tip this up.
Okay.
Look, see this, guys? Lift up, pull out, and then slide up. That's latched on. That is a really cool system. By the way, those ones were super smooth. They were not like the ones that we had up front. Okay, same thing here. I'm gonna make sure this is down. Camera crew, can you see? This is down, yes. Not up, okay? So down, then slide it in. So if you have to disassemble this as being a very big plane, you'll be able to disassemble it very easily. This one's not wanting to line up with the, oh, it's the shaft, I wonder. Nope, it was the plug, first time, okay? Now I'm gonna pull out on this little thing with my thumbs, then let it go up and then drop it in. And there you go, tail feathers are on. Now, we gotta put this on, but we also have to do the prop. So I'm gonna just guide this in. Remember, we already pulled these things down for the wings. This is how quick this assembly is gonna go. It goes from like 0 to hero in like minutes.
We got one more.
But also keep in mind, you've got these things you're gonna have to mount. So in order to mount those, we have to undo this, which is a 2 millimeter. So undo this, and by the way, we might end up losing the last couple seconds of this. If we do, I promise you, it's gonna be either really easy stuff. Which side goes where? There's an up and a down, and this has what appears to be an airfoil. So make sure the airfoil is going forward. That's definitely going backward. That must go to the other wing. The airfoil, meaning there's a fat side that's on the leading edge. Yep, that's the way that goes. Okay, so now, we were talking about gluing all these earlier. I'm not sure I want to glue these because this will be something you have to take out on a periodic basis if you're removing the wings. So I maybe, and plus this will be less critical structurally than the rest of the components. So now that that's done, we can go ahead and slide this on. All right, so where we last left off, we had just put this wing strut on, and I put this one on off camera. It's a singular screw with 2 millimeter drive. I don't even remember which one's which, but we're gonna put them onto the plane. Obviously it's a new day because the sun is up, and we're gonna pick up where we left off with this OMP BigHorn 78 inch. All right, so we've got the wing strut installed. There's a screw that is currently installed underneath this plane on the bottom, and I'm not sure how this is gonna work. This is the first time I'm doing this. I think I'm gonna have to let this flip around, and then when I'm gonna put the other wing on loose. Okay. And the reason I'm doing that is so that it doesn't tip over, because then I have to manipulate the plane in such a way that I can get to the bottom of it. And there might be an easier way to do this too, but again, if you wanna just kind of spot me in case that starts slipping. The wings feel nice and sturdy. Some wings, when you do steps like this, it is like very scary. Like you feel like you're gonna hit something. Okay, so don't do anything more with it.
Okay.
Now, I'm just gonna very carefully pivot this, make sure the wing struts don't hit anything, which they aren't. And I'm gonna lay this on its cowl. The cowl is taped on right now. So as you can see, there's 2 pieces of vertical tape that are just holding this on. I don't know if it needs to be screwed on or not. I'm not really sure. But in order to get to the bottom of this, I have to put the plane up on its nose. And so I'm gonna undo this screw first just because it's easier to reach and get to. It's also a 2mm. This is the only screw you have to do to actually put the wing in because the rest of them are those latches inside, okay? So 1 screw. Now I'm gonna pivot the wing, carefully grab both surfaces, and I'm gonna kind of guide the wing in by this so I don't damage the finish. You can see you kind of pivot a little bit. Okay, so it's really fighting me going in, so I'm just trying to double check that I don't have something wrong. So I'm gonna actually go ahead and loosen this screw just a wee bit. There is a little bit of a slop on this that allows you to go in and out by about 1/4 inch or so, maybe a little bit better. Okay, so that's now loose. That's gonna allow me to pivot this just a wee bit more than what I had been, and it just doesn't wanna go. So I'm not really sure if maybe it's just the virgin entry and it's gonna be better after that. So what I'm gonna do is, just to be on the safe side, I'm gonna go ahead and dismantle this wing strut, understanding that I could have done this the other way. I did this on purpose, but I'm gonna try this first before I would lose something or damage something. I assumed I could leave those installed. Okay, so those screws are the same length. I'm gonna go ahead and pull this wing strut out, and I'm just gonna hold the fuse. Make sure where your fingers line up, you're on a rib. Then I'm gonna slide this in, find the hole, and then go into the mating. There's a bunch of holes. You're gonna go around the other side, hon. Okay, so you see the 2 pins lined up, and then I just have to make sure that the plug lines up, and it absolutely did. It was very easy. Okay, now, I thought there was a forward and a backward on this, so I'm pretty sure I have this correct, and I believe these are dimensionally the same. But now is where I'm gonna test this. I'm gonna go in here and just walk this without it attached to the wing. And it's sliding along the bottom of the surface of the wing, but it's not able to cut it or anything. Ooh, yeah, that we've broken it in. I was just thinking of things that would be hilarious that I can't say.
Good job.
And so I'm just gonna keep those to myself. So now that I've torqued that screw in, I can go back to the wing. Now, I don't think I'm gonna have that problem in the future for a variety of reasons, not the least of which is the fact that it's already broken free. But look where the hole is.
Oh, geez.
It is like not even close. So in order that I do that, I have to pull that forward, and then I can kind of make my alignment. Now, it's probably gonna have a little bit of an reverse dihedral on this wing is my guess, if I'm not careful about the way I do this, but I'm just gonna go ahead and tighten that for now until we figure out kind of how things shake up. So that's pulling canted forward just a little bit is what it feels like. Of course, I can't really see, I don't have a good vantage point. So I'm just gonna pivot the plane over here just a wee bit. Of course, we've got our, faucet, the kitchen sink faucet, so it gets in the way sometimes. So now this time, I know that I'm not gonna get perfect alignment, but I'm gonna go ahead and put my hand over on this side and just guide this in, but you can see my problem. So I'll just guide it in anyway so that it's pressed in, and it pressed in fine. And you can see I'm probably gonna struggle to get that in the first time again on this side. So I'll go ahead and just take this off. But to make things easier, before I forget something, I'm gonna go ahead and get these clamps. Camera crew, from here you'll be able to see. I'm gonna go in from the top this time, pull out, up, and then push it back in, make sure it's secured. I'm gonna see if I can tighten it. It doesn't seem to tighten, that spins free actually. Then I'm gonna go out and then up, and yes, it went right in, no problem. You remember we fought that last night when we were filming, it was last night. And we had a really hard time, so once we lubricated it and got it broke free, it was fine. And now it's got maybe a tiny little bit more restriction than the other side. So all 4 of them ultimately work now. I know this is kind of personal, but my nuts are touching the film on the plane there.
Ooh.
Yeah, I know. So listen, this is what I'm gonna try to do. I'm gonna have you just very gently lift on that. I wanna see if I can get enough clearance. I doubt it, not even close. Okay, no, it's not enough. I wish that this was a thumb nut or something because it would make it toolless then, and it would be a lot nicer install. Okay, so I'm gonna lay that down. I'm gonna come under the body, the fuse of the plane, and I'm just gonna go ahead and grab this other 2mm screw, pull this out. It should be a relatively easy process. Now, just keep in mind, we did get a couple more screws. There was 3 though. You remember that random 3 screws?
Yeah.
I wonder if we could use those instead, because then you would have something to hold on to. I am curious. Let's see what they are. This was the other screws that I was kind of thinking, you know, it's not impossible that those would, yeah, but they're first of all, there's only 3 of them, and they're quite a bit too long, I bet. So maybe those are just a mistake. Every once in a while, we have a plane that we'll get that has like random hardware that didn't belong with anything. Or maybe it's like floats adapters or something, I don't know. So sliding this in, that did not, you know, do the thing that I was gonna make the hilarious and very appropriate joke.
Do you want to get that wing in? Because that was harder on the other side.
What was harder?
That hole.
Oh, this one you mean?
Well, you won't be able to move anything as easy here, maybe.
I don't know. Oh, maybe I did have to kind of rip it in there a little bit.
Yeah.
The back end of the hole, I had to really get deep penetration. I could tell I was ripping it open at the very, very back end. Okay, so those go flush and then beyond, which is ironic that those would be flush, but then these are just sticking out for everybody to see. So kind of like my nuts on these control arms are just rubbing right along the side of the wings. Very awkward. Could be a little uncomfortable to right speed conditions. Okay, so got this right here. I have to push it way forward. I don't like the angle you have to put that at to get it in there, but once you get it in there, it allows you to kick it at an angle. And then again, kind of like the reverse dihedral syndrome. Now, I am not gluing those, obviously, because if I glue them, it's gonna be incredibly difficult to get those out. If you were concerned about them vibrating out, you could possibly put some Loctite on there, because it is just a nut zert. So you're not gonna have to worry about, you know, like on foam planes where we have plastic interaction. I'm just pivoting the model to get the nose the other direction. Okay? Evidently, we need to go just a little tiny bit bigger to get over this faucet. Okay, so first of all, very impressive, very big. Love the way it looks. The gear leave a little something to be desired, in my opinion. I don't know if they match the plane the way that I would like, but they are very sturdy. They look aerodynamically correct. And I do like the way that the tires look, but they look more like what you would see on like an airliner or something. So not sure if I feel like maybe a bush tire or some sort of if you had wheel pants on there, maybe it would help dress it up a little bit. So anyway, getting back to the point, we're eventually gonna be doing radio setup in here, but I'm just trying to figure out, do I need to take this off? I don't understand why this is not screwed on. Is there anything you can think of?
In the directions, which is mainly for the ARF part, you have to obviously like install the motor and stuff, so they leave the cowl off. So I don't know if they just don't screw it on in case you have to do something, but you do need to screw it on there.
I don't understand. They had the screws pre-installed in 2 other places. Maybe they had too many of these pop off in shipping.
I don't know.
All I know is it's kind of weird, and when there's a weird thing like that, it just kind of leaves you scratching your head. So 2mm drive, again, feels like the exact same screws that we were using on the other apparatus. That would be the wing struts. Okay, so we'll go ahead and put those in. Or maybe like the paint was too fresh. They didn't want to put the screws in. I can't figure out why that would be a thing. Okay, so we'll put this one in. Then I have to try to get this tape off of here, which is, again, a little bit. Whenever I tape on a surface that I know I have to take off, I never use these rip perfs like this. I always cut a square cut. Because this has a propensity to want to make it separate and cut down the seam length. Okay. Hold that for me there. Mm-hmm. I'm going to just do the other side where you can't see. Okay. Very good. I've got one more for you here. Just one for each. And obviously the gigantic motor here, which this is a Sunny Sky X4125-6. It's a 480 with a 3 made in China. I don't know. Let's show them from the side there. They can see the label. So that's a Sunny Sky product, of course. So at this point, we need to take off the spinner adapters. This is going to go on first, I believe, but let's figure that out right now. We've got a 2 millimeter is not correct, so I think we have to go up to 2.5 millimeter would be the common next step. Oh, we have a helicopter. Sorry, there was a squirrel that happened. That was, I think, an EC-135. It was like some sort of a life flight sort of thing. Helicopter ambulatory service. When we hear that helicopter's going over really low, we usually run out and look. Because that's what we do here. It's like that. Okay. By the way, if you're watching a YouTube channel where they build airplanes and they don't stop to watch airplanes go over, then just find a different YouTube channel. Because they obviously don't really care. Okay, that is not wanting to come out for some reason. I'm not sure if it's just painted together. I think this might be stuck together a little bit. That's weird. I'm gonna pop that screw. Yep, there it goes. It dropped down that time. So this feels like it's plastic, by the way, which is fine, but then it has a nut zert. Because that's plastic, not metal. So I have to assume this is gonna go on here, but it feels extremely tight. But it does go, and that is a very, very tight fit.
Yeah.
Okay. So then we have a number of different adapter points or adapter pieces. There's some aluminum and some metallic. I don't know what type of metal that is. But they sent that nut, they sent this thing, and then they sent the spinner adapter, which of course is probably not going to be correct for this application. So I have to assume, based on past experience, that this is going to go like this, okay? I'm going to spin it on at first. Nope. There we go. I got it to go. Okay, I pressed on. Well, I'm having to push pretty hard though. When they fight you like that, it's sometimes difficult on these nicer planes because you can't always get into the cowl and hold. Well, you can't have the cowl off and put the prop on. It just, there is no way to do it. So I think I'm going to try to spin this one on. But see, the motor spins. Because there's nothing bracing the motor yet.
Oh, yeah.
Okay?
It is going though, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's not. It's spinning the whole shaft. There it goes. I just wish that one of the manufacturers would think like, hey, let's put a hex drive in there or something. Let's put like a 2.5 or a 2 or something just to brace so that we can torque things down. It is spinning on though, like the camera crew said. Okay. So yeah, now you kind of see this little white fleck. Looks like a little damage on that blue paint. So it's kind of going on. There it's going. There it's going. Kind of. It's just, you can't really hold on to it very good. So this is not going to go straight on. I'm assuming we're going to put this on first. Once that goes, then we can press it on the rest of the way. Now, to be honest with you, you could use this, I think.
Because it would be under that.
I genuinely don't know why they sent both. I feel like if you were flying this without a spinner, you could use this instead, maybe. Yeah. But I do like the way that these torque on there. It's really nice to be able to use, you know, a passing device like this that would pass through.
So can you just use that instead of the nut then?
I don't know. I feel like the nut might actually be a lock nut though. See this? This might be a lock nut. It's the kind with the threads with the bite in them, I think. I am not sure though. I can't tell with certitude. I don't see thread pinch points. I don't know why they would send it otherwise, so I'm just gonna go with they want us to use this, okay? So let's see if it'll go. Maybe we can get a little bit more purchase with this, I'm not sure. It's pushing it back nicely. It's not fighting me now. Oh, but I need to be careful because this will have to go back on in a certain orientation. And so you gotta spin this to the correct position, like that maybe. And then make sure dry fit this. Yeah, that's gonna be about right. There's quite a bit of room in that pocket. Show the people. That looks pretty good. It's right in the center. Okay. I'm gonna try to torque this without spinning anything else, and it immediately spun a little bit. So I'm gonna spin it back just a hair. There we go. It's working pretty good. Ooh, yeah, definitely got bite now. So this is where you don't wanna spin the motor, but it's really challenging because you got not a really great place to hold against. So if you do it right, you'll get lucky and you won't have to fight it, but excuse me. Oh man, that's awkward. I'm gonna try something different. By the way, we didn't talk about batteries last night at all. And the beeping of the batteries reminded me, we're gonna try to use a 5000 6S 50C pack, and then we have a 4.5 or 4500 6S high volt pack from Turnigy, which is their graphene? No, this one's a Boltex. That one's Turnigy. And then we also have a China Hobby Lines 5000 5S 70C. Both are XT60 equipped. The smart packs have IC5s. Okay, so what I'm gonna do with this one is I'm gonna see if I can bite onto the green portion here. And that'll brace the whole assembly, I think. And then I can try to spin. Oh yeah, that helped get that last little bit of bite. I mean, first of all, that looks pretty sweet without the spinner, but I am definitely gonna put the spinner on. Yeah, and there's room. Looks like the spinner's gonna go fine. So 2.5 millimeters as a reminder. And we'll just go ahead and get this back in. Guys, welcome to Brian Phillips RC. If you're still here with us on this video, it's been now 9 years on this video. We finally started counting the years since we began the unbox on this. It's actually been a really easy build with the exception of kind of the rudder tail wheel was a little bit of a pain. Okay, so this I'm gonna just keep for another project forever.
Great.
Yep. Now we do have some Velcro here and straps for batteries, but the plane is built. So it's pretty exciting to see the plane built, and that was not a hard build. It actually went together really quick once we got it unpacked, which took a long time. Also, I didn't really feel like one particular step was especially really bad. We have had a few planes that are just terrible, but this plane was not bad at all. Okay, so pull these back. As you pull those back, make sure they seat down in there, and then you're golden. And there you go, guys. What a beauty. That is a big plane, guys. Big plane, BigHorn. So remember, they also have, I believe, 104-inch offering. If it's not 104, I apologize. It's something huge, though. So that's big, and it's gonna be a beautiful flying plane, I can already tell. So with regard to the way we're gonna set this up too, just understanding that it's gonna be a powerhouse and it's gonna be totally aerobatic capable. Of course, we're gonna set it up with the NX8 Plus. You could be using an NX10 or an NX7E, as long as you upgrade the firmware so that it ends up in the Plus territory. where you've got the additional channels. The 6 and 7 have 14 channels, and the 8, 10, well, there was some weird ones in the middle. There's a 20. They all have 20 channels.
Yeah.
So we're probably going to go with the AR8360T. Now, I will let you know, we have quite a few more 637Ts, and it's a little bit tempting. I'm just gonna think out loud with you here because we don't do port mapping, and the only way that port mapping works is if you have an Avian ESC, is my understanding. But I may be mistaken on that. Maybe that's something we could look into at some point. But on this plane, because it could be a relatively easy setup, we're gonna stay with a relatively easy setup. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna do 8 channels, okay? So we got 8 channels to blow through, 8 channels. We have throttle, potentially thrust reverse. Then we have an elevator, then we have a rudder. Then we have 4 control surfaces, 1, 2, 3, 4 on the wing. That makes the wing type really easy. And then the AS3X and or safe in our case, which we will turn on but not need, will be all effective on all the surfaces with the exception, of course, the thrust reverse and the throttle. So that's what we plan to do. Now, one of the disadvantages of not having an Avian ESC is twofold. One, we are going to have to use this little micro pH 1S battery tap, which is a pain in the butt essentially. And that feeds back the nominal voltage rather than the individual cell counts and things like that. But you have to get it to the system for the system to know what's going on. Now, lucky for us, that XT90 in there has a pair of pants on that we can pull down, and we can quite easily tap into the backside of these leads, okay? All right, so because we can pull those pants down, we can tap this wire directly into it if we need to. Now, if you want to solder it, it's like a very clean install that way. Remember, there are magnets, so you have to kind of lift that out, and it does take a little bit of effort. Now, can you reverse this? It's not going to stay very good, okay? So I'm just going to lay that out of the way. Yes, we did just put that on there, but I wanted you to be able to see what it looks like. A couple things I noticed while I was getting this plane ready to go. There are not LEDs on it. And I appreciate that there are certain planes that aren't likely to be flown at night and stuff like that, but it's kind of like, at this price point and with this much technology crammed into a plane, it is unfathomable to me that planes of this nature do not have LEDs. There is really no excuse. It's stupid. Same is true for the recently built SWS. There is no excuse. When you're spending that kind of coin, I want LEDs, period. They're not that hard to get. We're in all sorts of other planes. So put LEDs in planes. Just do it. It's easy. 1, 2, 3, minimum. I want nav lights. I want a tail light. I want something I can see. It doesn't need to be something big and fancy. The more fancy, the better. But the bare minimums, guys, like this is a very expensive model. There's really no excuse. Now, some of you might think, well, but I don't need LEDs. I don't want LEDs. Okay, fine. You don't live in Iowa where it gets dark at like 3 o'clock in the afternoon, it feels like. And right now it's getting dark at like 9 o'clock, so it's really awesome. But when our days start shrinking, planes like this are the types of planes that I want to be able to take out and fly at twilight. And so that's a pretty big disappointment. Now, if you want LEDs, you could put LEDs. So I guess that's the argument some will make. But I don't want to have to do that on a plane of this echelon. I want it finished right. So anyway, manufacturers, if you're listening, if you're not, go ahead and ignore me. At the end of the day, we are glad that this is a good plane, but like, how do you leave out such a principal, simple feature? I mean, probably we would add like $15 to this model. It just doesn't make sense to me. So anyway, getting back to the point, we have 8 channels that we're gonna have to set up. So I'm just starting to develop a plan for where these wires are gonna come into the receiver, and that's gonna dictate where the receiver is gonna go. And it looks like it's probably gonna go about where my hand is. Okay, so I'm just kind of pulling these over to the side. And then this one is the central servo for the rudder. Okay. And once we get that out of the way, I think that's probably going to need to drop down because I think the receiver's going to literally go right there, don't you?
Okay.
And then we'll just pick one side or the other. I'm going to get some forceps out. Guys, if you don't have forceps are a very inexpensive way to make your life a lot easier. If you don't know where to buy forceps, first of all, I got mine at Menards. If you don't have Menards in your area, Home Depot, Lowe's, that sort of place. But if you're looking for something like this and you can't find it, or you just refuse to go to Amazon following Brian Phillips RC, Amazon links, you can go to brianphillipsrc.com/supplies. We have CA, we have Kicker, we have things like this, we have China glue, and we have them through the different affiliate companies we work with. If you buy them from there, you help support us financially, which is really helpful because we get a little bit of kickback when you buy them there. You pay the same price or sometimes discounts, depending on what it is, and you'll help support Brian Phillips RC. But like I said, something like this, I think we have kits that actually have better choices. The ones that I recommend actually go out further. The hinge point is out here instead of back here. They would be way better because you can get into tighter spots if they open up closer to the mouth, or if they hinge further down the length. But these have been okay. I've got those and use them at work a lot too. Okay, the bent tip seems to be the more popular style. Okay, so I'll just kind of turn that to the side. You can see it just gets you into the tight spots. It's not like you couldn't do it without, but it just makes it a lot easier. And you're less likely to break something if it's easier to reach. Okay, so not that there's anything magical about that particular side. I'm just going to one side or the other. And kind of the same thing here. I'm thinking we'll have the plugs going this way just to make it easy on us.
Okay.
And then this throttle cable. This must be the elevators. It's a Y cable. I'm gonna have this pop down underneath because there's no reason to bring that out just quite yet. In fact, I'm gonna bring that over to the same hole that we brought that other one up on. We don't need to make it symmetrical. We could hypothetically do that if we wanted to try to create a little bit more symmetry. Of course, it fell down. Why would it not? Okay, so I'll just use my middle finger here. You guys see these things are lifesavers when you're down deep into a plane like this. Okay? Just don't bite too hard onto your cabling because you can damage it, okay? So bring that up on this side, make it pretty easy to plug in. And then the wheel pants, not the wheel pants rather, but the pants on this XT60 can actually be pretty hard to pull down. Sometimes they're pretty easy, it just depends on the model. And so I might come back to that in a minute. I think what I want to do is I want to actually get this thing opened up, okay? So in order to actually tell where things are going to land, we typically have to make a profile in the transmitter, and I'm not sure if we're going to do that today or if we're just going to throw caution to the wind knowing where things plug in, but I would suggest we make the profile first, camera crew, and here's why. Because we're doing a wing type that we're not used to doing. We don't do a lot of full length aileron / flapperon / whatevers.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because if we do full length flapperons, I don't know where the second flapperon in that configuration. I don't know where that second one's going to plug in.
Yeah, because so we don't normally split out the flap. We might add
flapperons
and flaps. Which, to be honest with you, I'll be honest. If we were to only control, because these ailerons and flaps both go up and down. So I feel like we'd be doing a disservice to the people that are considering a BigHorn by not showing how to set that up, okay? But I'll be honest with you, what am I gonna typically use? I'm gonna typically use inboard flaps and possibly crow once in a while, okay? It gets considerably more complicated setting up the radio system when you add full-length ailerons and an inboard flap and crow configuration. And that was one consideration that we had with the Erratics SWS, because we recently did that one. And I do know that it took a lot of effort to figure out the best way to do it. And part of the reason that it does is because I have a 3-position flap switch that I usually use switch B for that. And so for me, I have a normal flight mode, then I have a takeoff flap, and then a landing flap, okay? Then I go from normal flight, then I would have some sort of like a full-length aileron, and then I would have something like crow, okay? And there's 3 conditions. Well, the problem is, you know, like in a perfect world, I would have more than 3 positions and I could call them out on the same switch, but that just gets really impractical, okay? So if you're practically speaking, you know, like on my 10, I had sliders. Maybe you could set up sliders for different conditions that you could slowly graft in more and more deflection and then switch over to spoilers. But I just don't know that that's really practical for everyday flying. What I'm doing is not necessarily calling out insane mixes, but you could make some pretty cool mixes that would only call out the inboard flap upon a certain amount of aileron deflection. So you basically call for an aileron roll and it just does a normal aileron input until it gets to a certain percentage basis, and then you could mix in more and more to where the flap ultimately at the end of the sweep is fully functional as an aileron. You can do all sorts of crazy stuff. I don't do that stuff on this channel because it's, for most of us, it's not necessary. And it's really kind of not helpful. It over controls the plane. These planes are so like easy to control. It's crazy actually. And until you've flown one, you won't understand what I'm talking about. And I think we did the Ultra Stick for OMP Hobby. That was a really good 3D platform and super fun. If you guys can't tell, what I'm doing while I'm giving you this elaborate explanation is I am twisting this because this will become like another little servo lead that goes through the aircraft. So I've just found that it works really nice to just give it a twist. Again, one of those things that, you know, if they did this at the manufacturer, it would take them 10 seconds, but I know not everybody is going to need this full length, and then not everybody is going to want it to be twisted like this. But I'm just showing you what I do. Again, here on Brian Phillips RC, our objective is not necessarily to try to strong arm you into doing it our way, but I will make one recommendation in terms of the strong arm position. If you want help from me, set your switches up similar to the way I set them up so that you can ask questions and it'll be easier for me to articulate some sort of an answer that's sensical. Many times, and in fact, one of our regular subscribers, we met him at Null, and he had his flaps and his reversing in opposite positions. And you want to talk about 2 really difficult to manage control changes. And he also had his throttle cut out like that. I was like, that's dangerous. I said, the reason that I have throttle cut on like this is I rarely accidentally pull it out, but you can accidentally arm an airplane. So that's why throttle cuts on, throttle cuts off. I'd rather accidentally disarm a plane than to accidentally arm it. So throttle cut is on. That's what we do. You don't have to do it my way, but we have rationalizations for the way that we do things. Just not just out of habit, but some of them are out of habit. And so when you find that my habit doesn't serve you well, do whatever you got to do. But there's a reason for all the different steps we take, okay? All right, so you can see that's not perfect. And by the way, if you don't want to do that, or if you've got old arthritic hands, you can take and chuck this into a drill and then just hold the end just a ways back from the actual micro pH connector and just run the drill and it'll just twist this really quick for you, okay? So that will eventually plug into this, but for now, we know that this is gonna go approximately there, and you're probably thinking, why do you want it so close to that servo? That is kind of a good point. I'm glad you bring that point up. We could also go this way. We could also go this way. We have enough length, but then you run the risk of having these wires close proximity to that. So that actually makes me think these aileron cables and flap cables need to go under and then through. So cable management happens as a process on Brian Phillips RC. And for anybody who's done it much, you'll appreciate that it's not like really critically difficult to make your cable management nice, but that's another area that I've learned that many people are not as careful as I am about this sort of thing. And I don't really understand it because, you know, especially the fact that we have 1 million planes, you would think that a guy like me would probably be a little bit less careful, but I don't know. Maybe it's an anal retentive thing. But I can tell you this, I really want my cables to be managed well because it just makes it easier to work on them. It makes it easier to diagnose problems when there are problems. And hopefully there aren't going to be problems, but I'm a realist. which is a nice way of saying I assume everything is always going to be wrong until I prove it otherwise. Okay. All right, so pull this through. Once that's pulled through, then we have everything kind of go into the right position, and then we're keeping this free for the pull system, okay? And same thing here, we'll do the exact same thing. The reason I'm being careful around this is because the edges of all these pieces of balsa wood or basswood or plywood or whatever it is that's in here are extremely sharp because of the carbon fiber sort of overlay that they put on these things. And so it makes it really uncomfortable to touch. In fact, if I wasn't filming this, I would have gloves on for sure, because it would help protect the skin on my hands. And I know a lot of you guys think that's nuts, but I have gotten myself so used to wearing gloves while I work over the course of a 20-something year career of working on industrial scales. Okay, not just because I'm working in gross environments, but sometimes that's true. Sometimes it's just to protect my skin. Okay, I need to spin this wire. It's got a nasty flip on it. I'm gonna flip it 90 degrees, and then I'm gonna lower it down. You see what I'm doing? I flip it flat, and then I walk it out until the flat rotates the cable back here in the socket. And it's not wanting to do it, so I'm gonna go back up to the top. I'm gonna brace the wing so it doesn't roll away from me. I'm gonna flip it just like a seatbelt. You know those seatbelts that get tangled up? Or you ever like sit down at somebody's desk and they have a telephone cable that's twisted and it just makes you want to gouge your eyeballs out? I don't know if you're anything like that, but if you're not, you're probably not OCD like me.
I can't remember the last time I sat at a desk with a telephone with a cable on it.
Don't judge me. But you guys get the idea. The more cable management you do now, the higher likelihood you'll find the problem that you didn't realize existed before you did the cable management. And also, it makes for a really exciting video on YouTube.
Definitely does.
So, camera crew, you see what's going on there? It's fighting me.
No, your hand is in the way.
Well, then you're gonna have to figure a way to see through my hands with your x-ray vision. Because obviously,
right on that.
I have to have my hand there to do the thing. So, and this is where it's really fun filming with your spouse, is because there's definitely never any difficulty that happens. So I'm sliding my fingers down. I got it past, but it's just really being resistant to spinning right now. It's driving me crazy. We'll pause and get this come back. Okay guys, so I got those and then I pulled this one back under as well. So now I'm torn between, do I plug everything here or do I pull everything through this hole first and then go in? Which might be even better. I'm not sure yet. But either way, just getting back to the point, cable management is a process. It doesn't happen in one step and it doesn't happen through osmosis, even though we all want it to. So my suggestion is do it. Okay, so now this cable is quite long, as you can see. It just needs to chase back to close to the origin and then it'll come back up and come out and it'll plug in just like the rest of this crap. But this is gonna be awkward to do because look how short the lead is. Now the other thing is this might be better served coming up through a different hole so that we can get more length out of it when trying to plug in our batteries. But just keeping in mind, the edges that are sharp that I'm concerned about are still gonna be sharp after I feed it through a different hole. And that's what I'm a little bit concerned about. So let's see if we can get it through here. Yes, we can. That'll buy us a little bit extra length to work on it. Sometimes pulling these pants off is harder than other times. I'm gonna use a pair of pliers to brace the XT90 and see if I can break that down. If that doesn't work, I'm gonna probably, oh, hey, I wanna talk about high volt packs. Camera crew.
Yeah.
Come over here. So, we've got this China Hobby Lines battery, which by the way, we also work with China Hobby Lines. We have links to them. So if you buy from those things and help support us. This high volt pack, I'm gonna plug this into the charger, okay? It's got an anti-sparking plug, that's why there's green on there. And then I'm gonna flip this and plug it into the balance port. I'm gonna click start and I'm gonna go up to Lipo and I'm gonna go to Lipo high volt. We'll charge at whatever, that's good enough. It's just topping it off. And so it says it's 99%, but it's just gonna balance as well. And that's one thing that we always like to do is while we're working our way through the radio setup on these planes, we wanna make sure we've got batteries prepared so we can use them, okay? So along the lines of cable management would come getting batteries ready, okay? I'm gonna actually try to sit my butt down.
I'm gonna see if I can do it from this side if that helps
That's
my view.
Well, as long as you're out of the way of my elbow.
Yeah.
Okay, so these pants will, like I said, sometimes they'll come down. See how it's got an angle to it, so it's a little harder to grab. But my big thing is I don't want to break this. So if I slip, it's going to be bad, okay? So my goal is to make it not bad, okay? Because bad is bad, okay? The other thing is I can hold here and see if it'll rock. Yes. Okay. That's giving me better success. So now I just need to get myself a flat bladed screwdriver so I can help pry down the pants. And generally, if it's this hard to get the pants off, you just find different pants that take off, but I don't know. Punishment. All right, so screwdrivers of different sizes. We'll start with the smaller one. Okay. You could use a clamp to do this. But you see, I'm just putting a little bit of side pressure on there. So getting in there, just giving it a little bit of a twist, and then just walking down just a wee bit, and then giving it a little bit of a twist. Got to get purchase. Once you're back far enough, then it should be pretty easy to switch to your slightly bigger screwdriver. And once you get the bigger screwdriver in there, you'll be able to get a lot more prying done. But again, my primary objective is to do this without damaging the plane. And so I'm gonna hold this side, it's gonna wanna walk back on, so I gotta be careful the way I do this, okay? Just walking down in, giving it a little wriggle. Come on, wriggle in there. There it is, we got a little wriggle in there. Come on. Okay. Pop out. This screwdriver is just a wee bit longer than it should be for what we're trying to do, but it's all right, we're getting it done. Okay, you notice they came loose? Oh yeah, pull those pants down. Look at that, fancy. Now, like I said, the correct way to do this is not necessarily the way that we're gonna do it because we're not gonna go in and resolder that, but you could see how it would be relatively easy to take this, get your twist to where you're comfortable with where it's gonna terminate. I'm gonna have the red on one side and the black on the other. So what do? You just feed the red and the black through the pants like this. If there's room, which it does not feel like there's gonna be a lot of room on this one. It's very tight. Ooh, that's real tight there. Okay, sometimes the solder wicks back down in there and it makes it a little harder to pass through. So I'm gonna do this a little bit different. I'm gonna go down a ways like this. And you'll notice that that will hopefully buy us a little bit of clearance. This one has just not got a lot of clearance at all. Look at that, hun. Mm-hmm. That's really tight, geez. Those pants are usually not that tight. But you see the pocket we're trying to pass through, it's just dinky.
Yeah, it's really small.
Really small, okay, so I have to go do the other thing that we do sometimes, which is to use a toothpick. And I know toothpicks are not necessarily like the end-all cure-all. It's not the only tool you could use, but it just happens to be a small apparatus. It's non-metallic, so it's a little bit easier to not damage stuff. So I'm gonna slide it in from this side, see if I can kind of make a path. Okay, see how I've got a path now? So that's gonna make a void next to it. Okay, and then I can just chase it through. See how it's through now? Okay, pull a little bit of excess through. Then pull out your toothpick. Try to do it in such a way you don't jam into this with your hand as you pull it out. Remember, pulling out is important, but you got to do it in time. Okay, now I'm going to take my 4 steps and I'll show you if you have arthritic hands or something, you can do it this way. By the way, welcome to Brian Phillips RC, where we assume that you might have arthritic hands because you're watching a long form video, which means you're probably not a kid. Here on Brian Phillips RC, I am also not a kid, but I'm not quite to the arthritic hands yet. We're getting there though. Okay. Stop being lame, clamps. There we go. Okay. All right, so pull this through. Now you can pull this toothpick back out, and it makes it so that you will be able to then put the pants back up when you're ready. Now, you're probably thinking to yourself, but you're not planning on soldering that, Brian. And I would tell you, yes, we're not. We're going to be pressing them in with a little bit of pressure. Now, there's more than one way to skin a cap, but generally what I try to do is I try to just force the wire down into there. And it sometimes works and sometimes doesn't. We're gonna go with it's gonna work this time and it's gonna be just fine, but I'm a realist again. We'll see if it works or not. Remember, this is kind of like putting a digital multimeter in here and touching this. You're not really carrying any load per se. You're running a test fixture, okay, up against this wire. So you could hypothetically put this anywhere along the length, but like where you're gonna put it under there? It's gonna be a huge pain to do that. It would probably be pretty easy to just like go get a soldering iron and just solder this in here. But I'm showing you, if you don't know how to solder, how it can be done. See, I'm just using that to open a pocket again. And I just need that to stay straight. Okay. And you know, that little bit of tinned length is not very much. I'm a little concerned that's too easy to pop out, but it is in there now, okay? So there's two ways we could handle that. I think I'm gonna show you the way I normally do it. You can just strip down a little bit more length on the end of that conductor that's already been tinned, and you'll just have a higher propensity to make contact. I might show on this side the alternative method, which is another way that works pretty good. I'm gonna show the other way. I would almost never do this on camera, but you can also do it this way. I'm gonna go in here and strip back quite a little bit of it. Let's call it pi r squared. Gosh, that does not want to strip, does it? Why does it not want to strip? What the heck? Okay, going to the next size up. Let's see if I can get that. It just does not want to strip, hon.
It doesn't, that's weird.
That is crazy. I think they must have got the tinning a little heavy on the end. So I have reasons for what I'm doing, and I'll show you. So you're probably thinking to yourself, geez, Brian, that's a lot to strip off. You could stop there, but I'm not gonna have you stop there. I'm gonna have you pull that all the way off so we can show you this other method, okay? Good lordy lord, what a pain in the butt. Okay, so I had some problems and it ripped. So camera crew stopped the video for some reason, probably because there was too many bad words getting close to evacuating my lips. So I'm untwisting this a little bit so I can pull some more slack through the pants. And you'll notice that's why I was nervous, okay? So because I lost some length on the one side, I'm gonna actually do both sides this way. I don't often do it this style, but I want you to see how to do it, okay? And since this other side already broke, I'm gonna cut off the tinned amount, and that makes it a little easier to strip in many cases because I'm not fighting the tinned apparatus on the end. You see how nice that came off? That's the way it should have gone, okay? And you can twist this together or you can leave it untwisted, but I'm gonna twist it together and I'll show you why we're doing that right now. Since this one didn't break as bad, it'll be easier to demo. Okay, so I'm gonna fold that around all the way. Remember, this is good for people that don't know how to solder. You can still use this tool and you can still find success. So I don't know if you guys are noticing what I'm doing, but all we're doing is tapping this electrically so that we can get a measurement, okay? So you see, that's one way you can do that. Give them a super close-up shot so they can see. And then when you slide those pants back up, that's gonna definitely hold on to that wire, okay? Now, the alternative way, since we kind of screwed the pooch on this side, I'm gonna come back here and just strip a little bit more of this and get back to some fresh wire because it's kind of destroyed some of the wire braids, okay? The goal I have is to basically make sure that I don't lose contact with this test point, okay? So what I'll do is I'll take and do the same thing. Of course, this is de-energized, so I don't have to worry about capacitance or anything stored in that because it's not been energized. But if you had just had this plugged in, you might have a little energy stored, so be careful. You might short it out even though it's de-energized to a certain degree. Okay, see what I'm doing? Just kind of gathering it. You have to do it more than once, go the same direction. Shouldn't be that hard, but it does have to, you know, kind of keep them from splaying out on you. Okay. I'm gonna untwist just a little bit more. There we go. Just by a little bit more length here. Okay. So now the goal is, of course, you're just wrapping around where the solder is already present. And all you're doing is you're basically tying a little knot. And you don't have to actually tie the knot. You just kind of wrap around, okay? Give it a good wrap around. That's probably not gonna hold on to that. It's so small. So once you have that wrapped around, then that is going to give you contact so that you can measure your voltage on this tool, which is then going to go back to your micro pH connector and plug into the input on your receiver. Now, many times we do this another way, and it's fine if you do it that way. It's fine if you do it this way. But you basically just want to make sure whatever you do, that it stays in good contact with this big bump of solder or the naked portion of the wire, okay? So 2 ways to do that. Once you've wrapped it around, now I can pull the little bit of slack that I've got left back out. And you're probably thinking to yourself, that looks half-assed as half-assed gets. You would be correct, because all you have to do is get a soldering iron and heat that up and just tap it anywhere, and you would get enough contact that it would never basically come undone. But I really want to show this for those folks that don't have the skill. My suggestion, obviously, would be to learn the skill and use the skill. But there's going to be people that are not ever going to do that, or they don't have the resources to do it for some reason, but they still manage to get a BigHorn, okay? If you're in that extreme minority case, then I'm trying to help you, okay? All right, so you see how that is loose. One of the things I was hoping to do was be to tension this just a wee bit more so that we could guarantee contact. So I'm not like super thrilled with this method on that side. It didn't seem to do as good a job. I can't get you to be over further. So does everybody understand what we're doing now that we've done that? Since I'm not super thrilled with it, I'm going to show you the normal way that we almost always do it. And that's going to be sticking this or another similar tool down into the chasing it into the silicone portion. Pull a little bit extra slack just so it's easier for me. And in this case, I dropped a wire off of there. I don't know if you can see that. Nope, it's a cat hair. Okay. Fold that in half or use your tinned end. Then slide that down into the pocket that you've created. Okay. It's not wanting to drop down in there because the tinning is ripped off now. So we'll just retwist and drop it down in there as best we can. And sometimes this step is a little bit more challenging than I'd like it to be, but the truth is we always get it, okay? Ooh, and then the other trick that works really nice is I have one of these little German tools, these WIA drivers. Is that right? Did I say that right?
I think so.
These ones are super small, okay? So we'll just kind of turn this, make the little 90, and then just pivot to open, okay? Then once you get it in, you can slide in and catch that little loop you made, if you're careful, and you can kind of guide it in and get a little bit better purchase, okay? Remember, the biggest thing, you don't want them to short each other. That would be very counterintuitive. Ah, there we go. See, I got a good bite with that WIA tool. You guys see what I'm talking about? It just push it right down in there. Now, I have every confidence that that's going to stay there when I pull this slack back down. and get ready to pull those pants back up into their home position, okay? But you gotta get them far enough back so it can still snap in and lock itself together. Look like that'll make sense. This side over here, the other method, you know, it's probably fine, but just to save the trouble of having to redo this, I'm gonna untwist this one and just shove it in like I did on the other side. I wanted to show you that other method. I've been meaning to share that a while ago, but it just hasn't, the opportunity hadn't presented itself. And see, I'm having such a hard time undoing. That tells you just how it's gonna generally hold tight. It's gonna do its job, okay? So now same thing here, we'll just kind of slide this in. Now sometimes the silicone wire will break. You'll actually break the silicone portion of the sheath, and it creates a bit of a conflict then. So again, just trying to get this twisted and ready to go. And then I can kind of double this back onto itself. Once I get that ready to tuck down into the opening, I'm just prying up against the wire that's deeper into that, you know, that recess. And then I can just kind of walk it down in there and then hold it with my thumb. See how it just pushes it in there? See how it's pushed in? See how it's pushed in? And then we can just go down out of the pants and just pull it like that. Pretty simple stuff. I mean, I make it look harder than it actually is. Of course, if you're not filming it, it's infinitely easier to do this crap. And then you can take, and you remember how we had this twisted, you can twist that back to where it is more appropriately lengthed. Just like that. And then I'm gonna slide these pants right back into their home position to protect that connection and make it look nice and factory installed. Now, sometimes these don't snap back on super easy. So if that happens to you, you can take forceps or some other apparatus and sometimes you can force them like this. And usually you just get one snap, one snap, one snap, one snap. It's like a 4-step process. But other times you get lucky. See, like my pliers don't even open wide enough. Oh, they do, good. See how it popped in? But it's wanting to fight me because it makes that little mar on the mouth of the XT90. Okay, so it's all snapped back together. It's imperfectly perfect, okay? And then same thing here, we'll just spin this until the slack is such that we can chase that back down one or the other lengths all the way down, under, and then back to where the rest of our electronics are gonna live. So why does that matter, folks? Why do we care about that? Well, it's not just cable management, but it's cable management, and then it's also beauty of the plane. It's also, you know, you want the crap to work, that thing too. Okay, so I'm just gonna walk this through. Where did the other pair go? Oh.
Right here.
Okay, hold on, let me just see if I can get this. Yeah, I got lucky. So once you get that, you can kind of double back. Just work your way back. Some of these bulkheads are a lot harder to get past than it looks like on camera because you can't see there's also a vertical brace as well as a horizontal brace. Okay, so once you get back to where you're close to an exit strategy, you can exit to where the rest of your cabling is coming out and work your way all the way back. Just remember, don't pinch the cable with the side, or don't clamp. Once you clamp, I guarantee you'll damage something, okay? So now, that is pulled to where it needs to be roughly, but we need this to go back closer to the origin, to the ESC, so that it doesn't cause a problem when we're actually loading our battery. I think that's gonna be okay, because we'll just let the slack go back into the plane. Actually, camera crew, grab me the receiver, please. Thank you. Okay, so we got the receiver here. This is the only one I'm worried about falling down, because it almost did. And that plugs into this one. I can never remember which way it goes, so I just kind of try until it fits. Okay, that fits. Good. There you have it, guys. So now we have battery data as we're flying, and the only thing that might be a little bit better is if we could tie that back with a singular zip tie somewhere to get that closer now to the origin of all the rest of this crap here. See what I'm talking about right there, hon?
Oh.
See this? Look. If I could also try to tie this wire to the other wire by just using the wire to tie a knot. And, you know, again, this is a test apparatus. It's not like we're going to have eddy currents or something we have to fight. You could also tie a knot, genuinely tie a knot.
They did give you zip ties.
Who did?
They came with a plane.
Nah, I don't care about those zip ties. But you guys see, these are forceps. They use them in surgeries. Thank you. Okay, just work this down. Grab that. Give myself a little bit more slack. And you guys got to be careful if you're going to do this. You can't ever really totally bite down on the cable. It's not strong enough to handle that because you can short out your cabling if you're not careful. Okay. So you could zip tie that at that point, or you could just leave it. Or you could undo your plug and actually tie a knot and then go back. But I think we're good with what we've got, okay? All right, so now that we've got that done, we'll take a quick sec, clean up, and come right back. All right, so I did, full disclosure, put that to the wrong side. So if you wanna look in here real quick, I ultimately just, off camera, I just tied a knot because it was getting really frustrating to film. And then up here, I just went out this hole instead of out this hole. This hole was the wrong side because we're gonna have the receiver eventually sitting like that. Go up from the top, please. It's gonna sit like that, okay? All right, so the next move we have to do is we have to make a profile for this so we know where to plug everything in. And in order to make the profile, we set that up on the transmitter. So camera crew and I are gonna do that next. All right, so cancel and back brings you to the model select. You can add a new model, highlight that. You're creating an acro. The model type's already been set as an acro. If you change that, it'll clear it. This is number 17 colon, and then this is where we'll type in the BigHorn, and we'll come right back. All right, so we have the OMP BigHorn 78-inch aircraft type. This is where we set up the wing. So that's what you would do if you were just doing like a regular, 6-channel or 5-channel setup. That's the other one you could do. Another one. This is what we're doing. It's a normal tail. We'll go to select from the standard image file. Find one that's close. It's pretty close. Good enough for me. Flight mode set up. We're going to set that up on switch D. We'll set up audio events. There's going to be 3 audio events and displayed visuals that say what mode we're in. So in this case, on flight mode 1, I want this to say AS3X because that's what we're going to be. Except it's actually AS3X plus, technically. You understand what I mean. Artificial stabilization 3-axis. We all know that you spell axis with an X. We'll scroll down for the audio event. All right, so here it is. AS3X. Okay, so then this one, I want to highlight cancel, cancel, and then I'm going to type the word OFF for off. We're going to have an off setting. That's going to be in the middle. And then we have an audio event that says off as well. All right, so off. And then we're going to set up this last one as safe. So this is sensor assisted flight envelope, which is auto leveling, and limited bank angles. So we have to scroll down and also choose this. All right, so we have safe mode. Now, the other thing is, on this particular model, there may also be one matrix that we make that is going to change the way that the flat mode works. with each flip of this switch, the C switch. I'm not sure exactly how we're gonna do that yet, but also we're gonna have to go in here and this will tell us where things get plugged in. But it looks like aux 8 is the rotary knob. That's fine, we can stay with that, except aux 8 is gonna be plugged in, isn't it?
Oh, yes, it is.
No, that's gonna be thrust reverse. So we have to set that to switch G, if it even works. We don't even know yet. But that's gonna be on switch G for aux 8 because it's a pluggable channel. It is the last pluggable. Then we can go to aux 9, make the assignment to the rotary knob for our gains. And we could set aux 10 to switch D, or we could go to flight mode, which is the first one over. So flight mode would be on aux 10, then we'll have our master gain on the rotary knob on aux 9, and then reverse thrust on channel 8, because that's pluggable on this plane, we think. That yellow additional line that comes off of the ESC. And then we're about ready to bind, but we aren't gonna bind. First thing we'll do is we'll go to Rates and Expo. We'll turn this on to switch F. Now this could be a 3D plane, so I'm gonna set one up with 0, the second up with 10, and the third up with 20. Normally we go 5, 10, 20, and then we drop the rates on just the highest setting, okay? We're gonna do the same thing for elevator. It's gonna be 0, then it's gonna be 10, and then it's gonna be 20 with a rate of 90, okay? And then we'll do the same thing for rudder, all on switch F. So 0, then 10, and then 20 with the rates at 90, okay? So now you might find that 10 is too much. You might find that that's too touchy. That's better, or that might be too touchy, so that's better. Then you would set your normal setting back to the middle and you would do it like a half and doubling sort of thing, okay? Then we can set up throttle cut. It is currently inhibited. It's on switch H now. We're gonna look at what it does down here. It's at -100, regardless of the stick position, but then it just set it to highlight. Hate it when it does that. Okay, so we've acknowledged the input. It's obviously working. And then when I turn that off, it is live. You can see the output is live. Throttle cut is now on. Flap system, we know it's gonna operate on switch B, but we are gonna wait to assign that because we don't wanna drive the flaps to an extremity where they're gonna damage themselves, okay? So we'll just leave those neutral for now. Timer, let's set it to 5 minutes.
The manual says 4 to 8 minutes.
Okay, so we'll do 5 minutes. That's probably about right.
Yeah.
So active, 1 out active, so that means over 25% it starts the timer at 1 minute. I want a voice call out at 20 seconds, I want nothing. At 10 seconds, I want a voice call out. At expiration, I want tone and vibrate with a tone every minute thereafter. Okay, great, so throttle cut's on. We're ready to bind, but we gotta plug stuff in. So let's go ahead and just go over. I don't know why it goes to monitor 2 first. So throttle's obviously on channel 1, so I can just drag this plane over. This is gonna be a little awkward to film because we're sort of right where the bulk of the members here are. Now, also that stupid little cable that goes for the battery has just proven to be really kind of a pain in the neck on this build. But you see, we're not gonna interfere with our ability to plug in our batteries, but I am interfering with my ability to quite easily hook up all the rest of the crap because of the way this stuff worked out, okay? The way it tied, it's just sort of holding it in an awkward spot, okay? I'll probably get over that, but I'm still annoyed about it right now, okay? So first things first, the antennas, we'll deal with those after a bit. We'll just kind of feed those into the back of the plane. That is not where it's gonna live. Then I'm gonna take this. This is our potentially throttle cut. Excuse me, not throttle cut, but that's gonna be our reverse thrust, and that's on channel 8, which is, okay, so we're gonna plug in our normal throttle on channel 1. It's plugged in. Then I'm gonna split this yellow back a bit. I'm actually gonna jump under. I'm gonna go all the way over to the end and I'm gonna plug it into the top pin only because we've already got power and ground for reference. Then we've got 2 wires that go out there. This one is clearly the rudder. So where's the rudder, camera crew?
Rudder's on 4, like normal.
Channel 4. Okay, yellow goes up, so we'll plug that in. How do I know yellow goes up? Because on the end, it's silk screened S, plus, and minus. So signal is at the top. And in this color, okay, where's that going? That's going back to either the flap or the aileron. Or wait, where is that going actually? Yeah, that's going to one of those 2. Wait a second. No, that one's going to the back. So that's an elevator.
Okay, so elevator is on 3.
You guys see this is kind of bumping into my belly and that's fine. I just don't want to forget and have it fall. Okay, so I'm going to use the forceps on this one. I can clamp down on the plastic if I want. That's not going to work very well. I'm going to just have to get my hands in here. There we go. Channel 3, you say?
Yes.
Remember how I went under with that yellow wire? That was intentional. That seemed to work pretty good. Okay, then, oh, you know what it is? There's an elevator from the left and an elevator from the right. Dang. I didn't think about that. We have to Y cable that if we're gonna put them together.
Yeah.
Now, full disclosure, you could actually separate out that elevator and run them as 2 separate channels. I'm kind of surprised they didn't give us a Y cable for that. It's a little annoying actually, because that really probably should have come with a Y cable.
Is there a way to know if that thrust reverse is thrust reverse before we get too far? Because that would give us an open channel if it's not.
Yeah, I mean, and we could also set up televons, which would be kind of neat, but I don't know if I care to do that. So I'm just gonna go through this bag real quick. We'll come right back when we find one. Short, a medium, and then like a longer one. I don't think we really needed much length. So we're just gonna go with the short one on this. And these things are kind of nice because they help hold them in. Again, this is just going to the elevator. It's not impossible that those elevators are mounted in the same orientation. And so we're gonna have to do some work to make them both go the right direction, but that's channel 3.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm gonna unplug that from the channel. Then I'm gonna go brown is down. And this is gonna go right in like that and snap in until it stays. And then I can take the one from this other side that goes to the back. Just verify which one I've got. That is definitely the one I want. Just kind of untangling it visually in my mind here. Brown is down, brown is down, okay? Okay, so now that's there. Back to channel 3 with my splitter. Yeah, you can plug those into separate channels if you want to mix them. Okay, then we've got the ailerons and flaps, and you're not going to really know which one's which until you test. So in this case, the only way to really know which is which would be the right or the left, okay?
Yes.
So we can tell that the right aileron is on channel 2. So this is my right hand and the plane is backwards. So this is actually the right plane. Okay, so the right one is here, okay? And then the other right one is here. Oh, those elevators, I didn't do the elevators the same. The elevators didn't come out of the same point. I screwed up. I'm gonna catch my work here. You see this? This came out there on this side, and it came out from the previous one on the other side. I wanna fix that right now, so that I have symmetry on the exit paths for each of those wires, okay? You see what I'm doing here? Mm-hmm. Boy, those carbon fiber liners really make this awkward to work around. It's like sharp. We had that in the erratics, didn't we? Mm-hmm. So I'm just Awkward. Go through. Okay, so once we're through with this, I can just pop right back out. Okay. Sorry, folks. Cable management 101. Do it right the first time. You don't have to do it twice. I didn't do it right the first time. Okay, got it. So now we're talking about the right aileron, correct?
Yes.
So this would be either the top or the bottom. So it's a 50-50 shot. We're going to get it right. And that's going to port 2?
Yes.
Okay. So this is going to really be kind of tight on length. Hope this doesn't lead to another conflict. Okay, now where's the other right flap?
7.
Of course. Since that's going all the way over, I'm going to go under, but then over the yellow. No, I got to go the other way. Okay, so orange is going to go up, or yellow is going to go up, whichever way you want to look at that. Okay, so it's plugged in now.
Yep.
Okay, so then we have to plug in the, what would be the left aileron and or flap. So you want to tell me where the left aileron is?
6. And then the flap will be 5, so.
Having a hard time reaching and having a harder time seeing it for the film. So I'm going to clamp onto the plastic only part. This goes to channel 6.
Yes.
That didn't work worth a crap. So there's 6. So that's the aileron, hypothetically. Okay. And then this would be the flap.
Yes, on 5.
Okay, so I'm holding the cable but not clamped on, so we won't damage it. So on channel 5 then. Okay, great. So now we have all the things in the correct installment locations, except for the antennas. And then once we're done, we can just pull the excess back down underneath and just kind of trap it into the void. But you can see the antennas have one more problem. We still don't know if we have our ailerons right. And so I don't want to get too hard on about my position of my antennas, but I don't want them to get damaged while we're testing, okay? So I need to do something about these. One of them is going to go forward. The other one is going to go forward for now. Now keep in mind the carbon fiber is kind of a no-no for transmission of data. I'm just going to quick, while I can, I'm going to feed this down into this cavity. It does not need to be well managed. It can just drop down in there. It'll be fine. Of course, the ideal position would be at 90 degrees of each other to help cancel out noise and crosstalk. But that doesn't always work out, folks, at least without a little bit of effort. So you'll notice I'm trying to avoid grabbing the last 28 millimeters, which doesn't have the gray on it. That'll help protect your antenna, the active portion of the antenna, of course. Okay, and you know this from doing binding flies all the time and stuff like us. Okay, so drop that down into those holes. Okay, great. So now at this point, you know, in a pinch, you could probably glue this down if you knew you were right, but we don't know we're right, and we're gonna assume that we're probably wrong at this point, okay? But we've got at least something in place. I just don't want to forget to straighten that out. I'm going to have to mount it at some point because this receiver is spatially aware with AS3X and safe, okay? So our next move is where we don't trust the plane, okay? We have a big prop. It's a powerful plane, and it's going to be spinning very powerfully and very fast, and it could easily cut and send us to the hospital. So we have to be very careful about the next step, okay? So throttle cut being on is not enough to trust this plane, but we are just gonna look right here, -100 and monitor. It's working. So we're gonna go click. We're gonna scroll down and we're gonna be prepared to bind. The second thing I'm gonna do is throttle cut's on, throttle sticks down. We don't have a lanyard to worry about. I'm gonna make sure I can secure the plane. If I can secure the plane and I can get myself in a safe position physically, then we mitigate a lot of the potential for disastrous cuts. And you can just see how close you're gonna be on this particular plane. Sometimes you're really close and sometimes you're not that close. The other thing too is we haven't done any shelf liner. We've got 2 batteries here. These ones are the ones that I'm more likely to use, so I'm gonna probably defer to them for now. We're gonna have to eventually figure out our CG, but for now, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna take and cut, well, I wanna cut some of this so that we can start laying it in there.
Okay.
With the approximate size of the battery, okay? And so I'm just gonna cut just a strip about, you know, 1.25 times as long as the battery, because we don't know exactly where that battery is gonna go, and we're not quite ready to really set up that spatial awareness, so we'll pause and get stuff ready. All right, so I got a little piece of the shelf liner also. I'll put a little glue on both sides of that just to give a mounting pad for the receiver. Sometimes I glue them straight down and it's usually fine, but this carbon fiber stuff just has kind of like a little bit of a lifted texture to it, so it makes me a little bit nervous. Again, I don't really want to glue that down yet, so we're just going to lay this aside. Also, we're not ready to test CG or anything, but if this would be in reverse thrust, I don't want these to get blown away. Be mindful that if things were to blow, that, you know, you might have to wait for the battery to die in a worst case scenario. And this China glue is what we'll be using to adhere down our shelf liner. And the shelf liner is nothing special. It just takes the battery that would slip and slide like this, and once you get a little bit of resistance, it's gonna stop it, okay? So it's not like you wouldn't even need glue, but I do glue to hold it in place so that when you have an empty plane, it doesn't flop all over the place. And then we'll have this strap that was provided from the manufacturer, but we're not sure exactly where that's gonna line up, okay? So the first things first, it would be really nice if we could start it down here. My only fear is that if it were to start, it would just destroy itself, okay? So we don't wanna destroy itself. You can see we'll be able to hook up an IC5 to an XT90, but full disclosure, you can hook an IC5 backward into an XT90. How do I know? Because I've done it. It was stupid and it was an accident, but it still happened, okay? Look, this has a firewall. No, I'm hitting a zip tie. So this can go all the way up there, all the way back here. There's a huge amount of battery opening. So that's part of the reason why I wasn't sure exactly how this would all work out. And so what I'm probably gonna do is I will tack in my battery retention just kind of centrally, okay? And that's just because frankly, I don't know exactly where it's gonna line up. And this thing is gonna go through 2 holes wherever it sort of centers. So I just need to make sure I'm centered roughly so that I don't have to fight it, okay? So I think that's about right. And just so you know, you don't need a lot of this China glue to do this, to make this happening. It's really pretty basic stuff. Like I said, you're just kind of keeping it there so it doesn't move. And that's plenty. That's plenty of glue. I literally just kind of like wiped it around and it's gonna be fine, okay? So now you could let that set up for a minute if you wanted best results. But it really is not gonna make a big difference on this, because normally you would let that cook off if you were trying to get maximum strength, and you would glue on both surfaces, both the glued surface and the timer just went off on the transmitter, in case you guys heard that in the background. She was saying time elapsed or something like that. Okay, great. So we can just set that in there. That's good enough. Now, full disclosure, your heat is not gonna dissipate as good if you have a big old thing heat sinking it. So don't make it too tight, or you might be doing counterproductive things for yourself. Secondly, let's go ahead and just guess on where this is gonna be. Since they offer a wide range of battery sizes, I really don't know where this is gonna go, but I assume we're gonna go roughly in the middle. So let's say we go here, then I want to make sure that I can feed this in, go around, and then go back to itself and stick down, okay? So I am feeding it through correctly, doing that.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
I always like to mix up how that works.
And the recommended size is
3,200
to
to 50.
5,700.
No, 5,500, I think is what you told me. I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm saying that you told me 5,500. So you must have
I think I
misremembered.
told you 57.
I don't think you did.
Oh.
But maybe you told me and I misheard.
It was over 5,000 because I remember thinking it's not just 5,000.
5,500 is what you told me. Unless you told me wrong, which is always a possibility. Okay, so I've got that through to the other side. And yes, I do need to get my forceps, because the forceps will make this easier. Now, you might be wondering, why don't you just use Velcro instead of shelf liner? Because I don't like Velcro on my packs. As you can see, you never seem to know what side it needs to be on. So I'm gonna try to just get the edge of it. And then almost always you can get it through, and I did. Yes, awesome. Okay, and remember, we're not looking for the perfect fit right now. We're looking for as perfect as we can get on the first go around, which would be very happy if it was right. Okay. So I don't really care where that goes. I just want to make sure it can go in there. Okay, because then we can kind of check the CG too a little bit. A lot of the stuff happens sort of as it happens on this channel. Like it just sort of like that's when it happened. It's not like we lay this out ahead of time and, you know, like storyboard our build. We just do it. And truth is, you need something done, so you do that, and then you need something else done and you do that. And next thing you know, you go from cutting open a box to having an airplane that flies. And that is the process. And if you want it to be easier than that, do it yourself. Buy the plane and try it, okay? Throttle sticks down, throttle cuts on. I'm gonna re-verify things. Timer's cleared, scrolling over. We're at minus 100 and it worked, okay? Clearing the timer again, throttle cuts on. Hypothetically, this should not even be capable of arming, but I don't trust them until I trust them. You see where my hand is? I can arrest the motion of this plane even though it will be strong, okay? I am clear of the prop. When I go to plug this in, it's gonna be dangerously close. So I'm gonna reposition slightly. I need to make sure that I maintain control of this. Sometimes that means you gotta move it out of the way a little bit. If you're outdoors, it might be a little easier. If it flies away and crashes into a tree, no big deal. If it flies away and hits a kid, it's gonna be a big deal. So remember, once you plug it in, it's on you. All right, throttle cuts on. Especially if you're like me and you insist on doing all this with the prop on, you could also shut off, you could take the prop off if you're nervous. I am not nervous. I trust these things as far as I can throw them, okay? Plug it in. Pressing the bind button. There's a flashing light. I don't trust this to not go, but I trust it better than I did a minute ago. You'll notice I'm keeping my body turned so my elbow is out of the prop strike area. I'm gonna scroll down, whoops. I'm gonna scroll down to bind. The ESC is arming. Okay, I still don't trust this plane. Elevator's working and they're going opposite directions. Okay. Ailerons. Flaps are not set up. Throttle cut is on. The first thing I'm gonna do is move myself to a more comfortable position. I'm gonna secure the plane from a safer position, from the tail, okay? Now that I have the tail secured, I can move to the carbon fiber spar. I'm gonna lay down my transmitter. I'm gonna give it throttle. Nothing happened, perfect. Throttle cut works. Throttle cut is now off. Forward thrust. That's, look at the screen. Look at my throttle.
Oh.
See the number?
Yeah.
It's not even updating. So that's working. Throttle cut is on, and I trust it, okay? Throttle cut's off. Forward thrust. Okay, there was nothing changed for the, oh, rudder works. Nothing changed when I changed the channel 9. Throttle cut's on because I don't think we made an assignment to that channel yet. So, whoa, look at this. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and hold this plane until we figure out what's going on. Look at my screen, guys.
Yeah.
Never seen that before, okay? First thing we're gonna do is we're going to disconnect the power from the plane. We're gonna not trust the plane. And then we're gonna go back. Yeah, I've never seen that before. We're gonna go ahead and power cycle. Look at all the weird stuff happening. Yeah. Did we kill it finally? Okay. Turning it back on. We've never seen that before. Okay. So everything seems to be working. Okay, so first thing we're gonna check is throttle cut. Yep, working, throttle cuts off, working, throttle cuts on, okay? We're gonna plug this back in and figure out if we can trust it right now. Should be easier because we don't have to bind this time. Okay. Waiting for everything to fire up. Okay. Okay, all those things are moving, good. Throttle cut is currently on and tested to work. Throttle cut is currently off and tested again to work, good. All right, so now, going into system setup, disconnect RF. Oh, we did make a channel assignment.
We did.
Aux 8 is on G, okay? So walking over to the G channel, let's watch the G channel operate. Throttle cuts off, forward thrust. So it doesn't seem to have any impact, okay? Throttle cuts on. So that being said, that's good because look at my elevator.
It's probably not very good for an elevator.
No, it's not gonna work like that. So because we gained an elevator channel, we are gonna now disconnect power because we can still trust it, but we're gonna fix the problem, okay? So now the next thing we have to do is figure out how we're gonna do the elevator. So I'm gonna go ahead and take the battery out so it's out of our way. That is annoying. That's really stupid that you have to waste 2 channels for that. Okay, battery's out of the way. All right, so here's the other thing we have to do. There's 2 ways to do it. System setup, disconnect RF, model select, whoops, model type, aircraft type. Normal, dual elevator. This might change our plug positions.
Yeah.
Cleared timer, scroll over. Right elevator is on 3. Left elevator is on 9. You know why?
Because we assigned 8.
Okay, so we'll go back. No, that system setup, it's not gonna matter. We're gonna change it anyway. Channel assign. Left elevator. So we'll just change this to left elevator. Can we even do that? I'm gonna change the input, clear that. So left elevator. I mean, we could also just do 11.
Can you clear it off of 9? Maybe it won't let you select it if it's...
Yeah, we can clear it, I think. So left elevator, whoops. Okay, so this becomes
there.
Left aileron.
Oh, no.
Left elevator. There we go. Okay, sweet. So now channel 8 is the left elevator. So we got to unplug. This one is the one that goes on what would be the right side of the plane. So that one's going to go into where it already is. Okay. That's unplugged. Now I'm going to take the orange or yellow is up, going back into channel 3, which is the right elevator. And then this last one that is plugged into the yellow cable, which did not have any sort of function for us, which is a big disappointment. We're going to wrap that around. That would be a programming plug on this ESC, evidently. Okay, so let's flip that around. Okay, very good. So now the other side of the Y cable is going to go into channel 8 now. And then we can reassign the direction of travel at our leisure. Okay, so that's channel 8, remember? Okay, very good. All right, so now that we know that's right, we also have one of the ailerons was backward. I didn't pay close enough attention to know which one's which.
Okay.
But now that we can trust the aircraft, let's go ahead and walk out, okay? Now we could also change the channels in the menu, but I don't think we're gonna do that. We're just gonna fix them.
Replug if we're wrong. Okay.
So laying this back in, Again, we're not super hypercritical on its exact position. We're just running into the zip tie that's there and stick it down. Remember, we can do this now because it's easy. Throttle cut is in fact on. Elevator, still backward, but look. Now, well, let's just go over here and we'll just bring the tail down and start getting our direction of travel set.
Okay.
Okay, so this is some of the basic setup. Okay, so it looks like the left elevator is working right, the right elevator is wrong. So servo setup, travel, excuse me, reverse, left elevator. We wanted to reverse the right elevator. No. Yes, right elevator. Correct. Okay, so now we need, the aileron is correct on the left wing. No, it's incorrect on the left aileron. Where's the left aileron? Left aileron. That is correct. So now this one needs to get swapped.
Okay.
So the one going to the right wing needs to swap. So I'm walking out of the menu. I'm going over to the monitor. Camera crew, you see?
Yes. You're swapping 3. No, you're swapping 2.
For safety?
7.
2 and 7.
Yes.
Okay, so 2 and 7. Okay, I can get my hand in here. 2 and 7, you say?
Yes.
Okay, so 2 is disconnected. Now, in order that I do this right, I'm going to carefully pull 7 and keep it in my hand. And then I go back over to the 2, channel 2. And then I'm going to take what had been plugged into 2 and I'm going to bring it back over to 7. And reaching around underneath, I'll reassign this mechanically, manually, however you want to look at that. Okay. So now that we have that done, let's go ahead and at this point, we could almost assume that we have all the rest of the mechanical plugs right. We could glue this down while we're kind of between steps.
We could.
Because at this point, we know it's in the right spot. Unless the camera crew told me wrong.
Never done that before.
Okay. We'll just put this right there. So guys, little China glue slathered. Little China glue slathered. Okay. Nothing super difficult about that. You could use double-sided tape if you want. That's your call. I think that this is actually more effective, but you might disagree. Go for it. Whatever trips your triggers, folks. I would like this to slide back a little bit, though. Okay. I like where it is. I think it's a good position. And I'm just going to work it. A little bit of that, a little bit of this, pulling on it. Here in about 5 minutes, I won't be able to pull that off without really working it. I mean, to the extent that I could probably lift up the plane by the receiver. I know you guys probably don't believe me, but it's true. Now I'm going to take and stuff all this stuff back into the cavity to get it out of the way, just for easy cable management. Now that we've done our prep work, it should go relatively quick and relatively easy. And then we can get the antennas also situated at this moment in time. We could have actually gone through that hole for both of the elevators, but we didn't, and that's fine. No big deal. Okay, now I need to figure out the antennas, which will be a relatively easy thing to do. I think I'm gonna actually maybe stick them to the side of the film on the side of the plane.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because I can, okay? So you guys see this one right here is what I'm targeting right there. So I'm actually just gonna like get a little bit of glue on there, just a tiny little bit. It doesn't need to be hardly any. Okay, you see how I got glue all over it? That's a lot more than I would have needed, but it's good. You see how there's glue on it? Can you see,
yeah,
hon?
Yes.
So now I'm gonna take this and I'm gonna just grab this and see if I can slack it into the side there. I'm just gonna, well, that's too far. Dang it, it doesn't quite reach. Dang, that's a bummer. See if I can pull it back. to the next cavity, maybe? Maybe it can go down to the bottom. Do you think it'll reach?
I don't know. It's really hard to tell how much length you have from here.
Yeah, I know. I know it is awkward. Let's see if I can go back here. Look at that. Down on the bottom, maybe? I like the way that was reaching.
Oh, yeah, I see it.
Ooh, look at that. It's stuck to the wood. Goes to the shadow casting, stops moving. If you can. Okay, so now that glue is just basically going to hold that antenna for me. After just a few moments of setting up, I'm just kind of holding it down there until it sticks, and it's stuck, okay? So now this other one, which is currently this direction, I'm going to actually bring that one back just a wee bit. And I just want to get it out of this position where it is right now because it's not a good position in my opinion. Okay, so we'll bring it back. Now we're currently lateral, so we just need to go lengthwise, forward and backward, okay? And that will satisfy our 90-degree requirement. This glue is on the tip of my forceps from handling the last one, so I'm just gonna wipe that off, and then I don't have to keep fighting it. So look, I'm gonna go around this cable right there, which is the elevator that goes on the right side. Ah, dang it. Get down under it, would you please? Yes, it dropped down. Okay. So you guys see what I'm doing now. Just basically untangling this singular cable from this other servo cable, which I don't even know which cable that is I'm fighting. See if I can get it to untangle with my fingers. Oh, come on now. Gosh, it is awkward to get your hands in here. Folks, it is a real pain in the neck. Okay. So then this one, if I go like this, that's also diversity. So I'm gonna do that. This time I'm gonna try this a little bit different. I'm gonna put a little of the glue on my finger, okay? I'm gonna reach back to where I think it's gonna go, which is about here. You see how I just slathered it onto there? Then I'm gonna just kind of put it between my fingers and slather it on there. Then I'm gonna take a minute. I'm gonna put the cap on the glue and I'm just gonna let it set while I put this over here, okay? The reason I'm doing that is because if I let it tack up for about 10 seconds, 15 seconds, it's gonna be so tacky that it'll just stick when I bump into it, okay? So my next move is to get that to stick to that little side panel, which is right here under the wing, and that should be a perfectly appropriate spot to give us diversity because we're gonna be going lengthwise with the model, okay? So now that we've got that glue has had a chance to set up for a minute or two, I'm gonna stick this down right into that spot. And you see it? Ah, dang, it's sticking to my finger. Oh, yeah, that's beautiful, guys, beautiful. Then this other little cable can go up over the top of it. You guys see that? Super simple, stuck on there, probably never will come off unless there's an accident. And if there's an accident, then, you know, at that point, you're gonna wanna inspect stuff anyway. By the way, if you do glue it like that and you don't like the way it turns out, you can still unglue it. And you would just use a kicker is a good way to break down that glue. So the other thing I'm thinking about is like these cables that are kind of loose right now. It would be kind of cool to just kind of take them and just bunch them up so that they don't flop around as bad as they kind of are right now. But I also like the idea of serviceability. I'm just not sure. What do you think, hon? Like maybe one twisty tie just to kind of get everything situated?
I mean, it looks pretty tidy so far, but...
You think it looks good enough that I just leave it? I mean, I want your honest opinion. I don't want you to just tell me what you think you want me to hear, which is to do it.
I mean, I don't think a zip tie is going to make a huge difference, but maybe on that left side, it would kind of pull everything together.
Yeah, it's just, and I don't think it's absolutely necessary.
No, it's definitely not.
But it's kind of like one of those things where, you know, we've gone this far trying to make it tidy and nice. What's an extra 3 minutes of boring video footage?
The difference between getting done and not.
That could be, and that would suck if it was. Okay, so take, and these came with the plane, by the way. So I'm just folding it like that, and that gives it a nice little memory. And then you can come in here and go under, and then just kind of like push that through the opening that you want it to go through. Then you can get your hand in there. And I like this angle here, but I don't know if it's going to work as good as I want it to. And that's just going to basically ensure that those wires stay where they are, at least to a certain extent. Okay. And then I can come in here with this pair of side cutters and cut that off, or dikes. Okay. Diagonal cutters, that's what that stands for. Then this side, we can do kind of the same scenario. It's just that, like you were saying, that left side seems to be a little bit more unwieldy, okay? And I agree, by the way. So I'm gonna fold this with a nice crimp, and then fold it with a nice crimp, and just really, you guys see what's happening to my hands as I do this? I'm getting cuts, like little tiny micro cuts. It's really annoying. Okay, I'm gonna go through the same hole, and I'm gonna go around like this. Okay. All right, so we're gonna pull some of this slack through, and then we're gonna see if we can get that started, which we can. Gosh, this is just not big enough. It's just not big enough. You know, and there's some planes where it's not big enough at all, not even close. And it's sort of like almost more forgivable because it's like so far off, there's no way in hell you could ever make it work, right?
Yeah.
But this one is like so close, it's like, ah, man. It's so close to being right. Why couldn't they just make it fit? And the answer is because some things just don't fit. Okay. There it is. I put that yellow line back. There it is. Okay. Now, that looks pretty nice. Now I can stuff that stuff back there. Beautiful. Okay. Now, as imperfect as that is, it's pretty much as perfect as it needs to be.
Yeah.
Okay? I'm more confident about it the way it is now than the way it was, because I think there's about a 0% chance those wires are going to pop up into the pull system for the rudder, which is what I'm mostly concerned about. Okay, so hopefully we don't need those anymore. We need to just periodically double check that the receiver's not going to move. The other thing we might need to do, hon, just to be on the safe side, would be, I didn't think about it, but we could actually put a zip tie around the actual receiver to force it into the home position. But like, honestly, I don't think it can move if it wanted to. What do you think?
I mean, usually once the glue is dry, we don't have an issue.
Every once in a blue moon, I'll have one that shifts just a little tiny bit. But I don't think we're gonna have that problem on this plane. It just feels pretty solid. I'm a little bit torn on this because I did something I normally don't do, and that is the little foam, the shelf liner under there. Well, whatever, let's go with it. I think we're good. I think we've got it in there lengthwise. We've got it in there with the correct angle of square and plumb and all that stuff. So let's plug it in. Okay, very good. It's gonna be easy to plug in the battery on this plane. All right, so now we got to go back around. Okay, elevator up, elevator down. Why'd you go to that side?
Because my camera's on the side.
Yaw left, yaw right. Okay, so now we need to rotate the right aileron. That's correct. That's correct. Correct, 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 correct. Now, take off flaps. Set it to switch B. Nothing on the first step. And they are going backward on one side and correct on the other. So let's see if we can figure that out real quick. And then we'll set up a landing flap. Okay. So it looks like the right one is correct, the left one is incorrect. Not that there's right or wrong in this case, it's just based on the way we're calling it out. So the left flap. Okay, look. Okay, very good. Roll left, roll right. Take off flaps, landing flaps. Okay, good. So now we'll go back into flap system. We'll set up some elevator correction. Call it 6 and 9%, okay? And let's set up takeoff flaps. Let's do like 25%. I don't want to do 100%. Let's do 75%. Okay, so takeoff flaps, landing flaps. Very good. And let's make the speed 2 seconds and see how that looks. It's a little too fast. Let's do 3. A little too fast. Let's do 4. Let's do 3. Okay. So now the other thing I got to figure out now is I have to make the matrix. Okay, so yaw left, yaw right. We definitely are not square on this, but we've already kind of fiddled with it to get it square by doing mechanical adjustments. So I think on this, we'll probably use up a little bit of our throw. And here's why, because we can go to servo setup, travel, and watch this. On the rudder, we can go up to like 125 and we're well within the realm. Yeah, see, we're already hitting. Look at this, guys. Yep, we're gonna hit it 125, so let's go to 120. Yep, we're dang near hitting, so let's go to 115. Yeah, we're still hitting, it looks like, so we'll go to 110. Yeah, we're still hitting. Let's go to 105. Yeah, we're definitely hitting, so we have to set that to 100, okay? This side is clearer than this side. It's gonna be more likely to hit over here, but that's because it's got the neutral setting there. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna actually do a sub trim. We almost never do this, but we can on this model. See how it's moving? Guys, we almost never do sub trim because sub trim is kind of like a cheater technique to center these things. It's very easy to do, and we almost never do it because we need all the throw we can get on foamies. Okay.
Still is real close if it's not hitting.
It's touching the film, but I don't think it's gonna prevent it from working. Okay, so you can see I did 61 to get it centered, and I still don't think that's centered.
I think there's a little bit of disparity in the rudder itself.
I think the rudder is bent a little bit like this. It's got a little bit of a bend. Mm-hmm. Okay, so there's that. That's pretty dang close. I think we're close enough. That's totally clear. So I'm not gonna mess with it anymore. I'm actually okay with that. The other thing you can do is you can actually go into the rudder, and like when you move this over, I'm gonna open up the 100 until it touches. Okay, so that's 113, and then when this one, so I'm on this one, you see how it's on that one? Now I can just click on that. Whoops, click on that. Lower it down until it stops touching, okay? So you guys see how that works? You basically have all that stuff worked in, and now we've got that centered. Now that's gonna all be part of the application of the AS3X and Safe. It's gonna take all that and put it into consideration, okay? Now, because it's hard to adjust that, we're not gonna adjust that, but it's easy to adjust the elevator because this elevator needs to be trimmed and this elevator needs to be trimmed as well. So what we have to do on these ones is we have to flip that up and we have to turn this turnbuckle, which ironically is like adjusting a helicopter. So it's actually really easy because we can use that fancy tool. Now there was a tool that came in the kit, but we cleaned stuff up. So there's like an opening that looks like this on both sides. This needs to come down. So I think I should be able to just turn this. Does it go out? Is it going the right way, hun?
It is, yes, going the right way.
Okay, so you guys see what's happening? It's getting close.
Ooh, yeah, you're gonna go too far.
Well, this is like almost infinite adjustment.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Now, the other side, this is like seconds of adjustment,
yeah,
guys.
why don't we have this?
Yeah, why don't we? That is a great question.
So you're going the opposite direction now. Then, well, I mean, you're going up.
I have no idea. Just tell me if it's going the right way. Is it?
Yes.
Okay. It's a turnbuckle. It's like, it depends on which direction the threads are going. You can't really tell. So I'm just putting my fingers on here, okay? And once I feel it square, that looks pretty, that was so easy. Holy cow. Where have you been all my life? That is so nice. Wow.
Do we have the same thing on the ailerons? Because we're going to do that too.
We do.
Okay.
So let's show them this aileron here because it's really bad. This flap and aileron are both bad, okay? So the flap.
Wait, what are we lining up with on the flap?
I got this under control.
Okay.
I'm just going down. Why did you move? You were in a perfectly good spot to see. See this? Look. That's going up. Okay? So I'm gonna go the other way with the turnbuckle mechanism. And what happens is when you get them to where your home position is, these ball links are not gonna necessarily be perfect, but they'll be close enough for what you're doing because the difference between a quarter turn and not is not gonna make enough of a difference to really matter mechanically. Not like on a really, really high precision helicopter where it would probably matter, okay? So folks, here on Brian Phillips RC, we show every painful step so that you don't have to wonder, and we don't want you left wondering because that's no fun. If you can handle a particular project, I think this build is a little bit more advanced than what we're used to seeing. That's flush with the top. Now I can carry that through to the end of the aileron, okay? So you guys notice what I did there. I started with, okay, that's going up, good. That's going up. Every time I make this turn, I'm just looking here, hun.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can see from.
Can you go from here so they can see like where my eyes are? So they can see here. See this? There's a little bit of a twist again, I think. I'm gonna go up just a hair. I think I need to go down just a hair, actually. Let's go down just a hair. That's pretty good, but then look at this. There's a disparity here. I think I need to go out a little bit more with the flap, okay?
We've got about 10 minutes.
Camera crew?
Yeah.
Where are you?
I'm trying to look all the way down the length so they can see both together.
All right, folks. Here on Brian Phillips RC, sometimes our batteries die. Sometimes we run out of memory because our videos are so long. So don't forget to smash the like button if we're helping you figure out how to set up your BigHorn or some similar offering. We are glad that you have found us. We're glad that you're here with us. Make sure you're subscribing, clicking the bell for notifications. And I'm gonna set the stage here. Okay. I need to bring this down just a hair. Bring it down just a hair. But here on Brian Phillips RC, we don't take anything for granted. We assume you know very little, and we'll take you through the entire process. And hopefully that doesn't rub anybody the wrong way, but if it does, our apologies in advance. Okay, ailerons, take off flaps, landing flaps, very good. So now we have to replicate that same scenario over here, and we might pause and do that. Okay, so we got that one like near perfect, but then look at this side. The aileron is either high or low. And so I think that we could make this flap come down just a hair, but if I bring this any higher to meet it, it's gonna be way high out at the end. So I don't know if this is worth trying to twist or bend or if it matters. Honestly, I'm probably gonna have to just tolerate it because the truth is it's gonna be close enough to fly the plane in a straight line. All the surfaces are going in the right direction. I don't feel like I need to overdrive any of the servos, and that made this process so easy. And by the way, you don't need that specialty tool. It is included in the kit of spare parts, okay? So at this point, our battery is dying, and so we have to come back for forward programming. But just to be clear, we have elevator up, elevator down, roll left, roll right, yaw right, takeoff flaps and landing flaps. And then we're gonna also eventually add in a flap system for crow, okay?
Got 1 minute.
So crow would just raise the ailerons, something like this, okay? So for normal takeoff flaps, and then there's landing flaps. Now, you don't have to do anything more than that, but we also wanna make this so we can have a full length aileron. And so we're gonna have to set that up as well before we do forward programming. So stay tuned, that's next. All right, so where we last left off, we were getting our adjustments for the mechanical clearances on the ends of our surfaces, knowing that this one we never did get perfect because there must have been a bit of a twist in the aileron. So Megan and I are gonna pick this back up, and you can see that that is one factor that we aren't gonna be able to resolve, is just this in disparity at the end, because it's low here and it's high here. There are times on balsa wood airplanes that you run into that. I'm disappointed, but it's also not the end of the world. So a couple things I wanna show you. Elevator up, elevator down, roll left, roll right, yaw left, yaw right. And I want you to look at how close the tolerances are. There is clearance on that side. There is clearance on this side, but you see how it touches the film? Get up there so they can see it. See how it's bumping the decal? But it's enough. It's good enough, okay? I am going to, instead of walking through all of the tedious steps of figuring out how to set this up, I'm just gonna show you what I found. The reason that worked out this time on this particular plane is because we had family stuff going on, and it's just the way it worked out. So, a couple things to show you. Takeoff flaps with correction on the elevator. Landing flaps with more correction on the elevator. Still ailerons, okay? Back to normal flight mode. Takeoff flaps, now landing flaps with crow, okay? I'm gonna show you how to do all these things, okay? Notice that it comes down faster than it goes up. That is not a desirable effect, but it's also not critical, because many times you're bringing the crow in and you want to get out of crow quick, so it's actually kind of a happy accident. I wouldn't plan it that way. I just assume it goes normal speed for the regular flaps up and regular flaps down. But it's just part of the way the process works, and we'll show you how to do that as well. Now, the last setting is full length ailerons, as well as takeoff flaps and landing flaps with full spoilerons, okay? So you can use spoilerons, or you can use crow, or you can use regular flaps. And we've set up all three modes, and we'll show you exactly how to do it. One other big thing we've done, and I have to speak over the top of these because they're loud, okay? We set up more throws on every one of these control surfaces, but it's not symmetrical, and I'll show you all that right now. So first things first, we already set up timer, we already set up throttle cut, we've done all those things. I'm gonna click and show you the servo setup. You can trust me, or you can make these adjustments. We did 25% additional right aileron, 35% additional right elevator. The rudder is uneven. That has to do with our pull. So in your case, you might be 115 and 115. You might be 105 and 105. You might be something different. You'll have to guess and check with that. The way you do it is you hold the rudder, and then you can click into it and make your adjustments until it touches, okay? Just like that, okay? See how the white box moves? When you're on the box you want to edit, you can click and then scroll and change, and then click to acknowledge, okay? Left flap is 125. Left aileron is 125. You'll notice the right aileron and right flap are 125. All of those are 125, okay? Both directions. Then the elevator and the elevator were 135, okay? Because remember, we had to split the elevator because they worked in opposite directions because of their physical proximity. Now, if you don't want to waste an additional channel on split elevators, you can use what's called a servo signal reverser, which is an inline device. It's about this long, maybe a little shorter, and sometimes it comes with leads, and you would just plug it into one or the other elevator. Then you don't electrically separate them in your receiver, you just hook up to an elevator port. Then one of these will go the other direction. My caution to you is that sometimes one will be a little bit skewed. And so when you make your mechanical adjustments, you will just make the adjustments so that the neutral position is the same, okay? They're cheap, they're readily available, but do you want this plane to be on the hook for a $10 part? And it's usually like $10 or $12 for two of them, okay? So very inexpensive component. We have links to them in brianphillipsrc.com/applies, just where the China glue is, the CA and things like that. And you can get one for yourself. Okay, so come back around. Continuing on, all the rest of the standard channels are just hundreds, okay? Throttle is obviously set to 100. Now, we had to do mixing to actually get all this stuff to work. But before we can do mixing, we had to set up a combo switch, a logical switch. Why did we set up a logical switch? Because you have now a combination, a matrix, if you will, of combinations with C and with B. Because you have the normal flaps that operate normally. It's very simple. You don't need anything basic. That's position 0, because switch 2 is switch C. Switch 1 is switch B. This is switch 1, okay? So how do you make changes to this? First of all, you switch logical switch on. You can do logical switch 2. I'm on logical switch 1. Then you identify what the switch is. So this is B. See how it's grayed out, or it's got a line around it? And then you set this to switch C. And then that matrix of two switches makes the different positions true. So once you scroll down here, it moves based on the conditional change, okay? So if I want to make a change, I don't need anything to change. So it's just 0. But then when I'm in takeoff flaps and I have crow, again, I just do normal switches. I just do normal output, okay? But wait, what if I have landing flaps? I want then to be crow, I want then flaps to call out the crow. And you're probably thinking, why don't you just use the flap menu to do that? Good point. It's a lot easier to add crow than it is to take away crow. But it's still the same consideration here in that I have to change this from 0 to 1 so that I can later call that out in my mix, okay? Now the same is true when I go down to this setting. I make a second and third logical change. But in normal flight mode, there is no change, so we don't have to make a logical switch condition for this, but you could just as well call out another position. So you'll notice that there is a position 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 2, and then 3. So there's 3 times when this matrix of switches is gonna call out a different behavior. You could make all of these a different logical switch condition, okay? So instead of having one switch that means C0 or C1, this is B, my apologies, Bravo 0, Bravo 1, Bravo 2. So you've got 3 positions plus 3 position gives you 9 total combinations. But in many of these circumstances, you're just gonna have flaps operate as usual. You don't even need to call out anything special, okay? So now, what have we created? We created a logical switch. Now that logical switch is going to correspond somewhat to the flaps. So let's talk about how the flaps are set up. So we have 0, 25, and 75. That is a little bit guesswork. It's a little bit skill from just past experience. And then 6 and 9 is a guess. You want this to go down corresponding to the inboard flap. Now, you might say, but what if you're running flap-rons? Well, you're not gonna run flap-rons. Even if you have full length, it's gonna still act as an inboard flap on this particular model. So your correction is still gonna be down. But what about with crow, Brian? Guess what? you probably don't need the elevator correction with Crow because you have less of an angle of incidence change relative the angle of attack of the plane when you deploy Crow. So you could potentially mix out some of this elevator correction, but I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna let it work. So what's gonna happen is you're gonna note that it's going to change the angle of incidence just a little bit. And the funny thing is with AS3X Plus, it is so locked in most cases, that you can pretty much do no elevator correction and the planes will just about fly straight anyway. That being said, we still set it up because it's a good habit. And then if somebody flies with AS3X off or safe off, you still have the benefit of this correction factor. Okay, so come back around. So you notice that flaps are always flaps. I wish that Horizon would tie the flaps to, instead of a switch, the matrix. Now, there may be a way to do that. So just throttle cuts on. I'm just gonna see if we can even call out the matrix. You see this here? I don't think you can. Ooh, logical switch 1. Interesting. I wonder if we could call that out. That would make it a little bit easier than the way I did it. Holy crap, you can do it. That would make it so much easier to set up Crow than what I did. So if you wanted to do that, then basically with a certain condition true, I've only made 4 positions, okay? Logical switch 1 is the only one you can call out. Okay, so just for the sake of this model, I'm gonna show you the way I set it up initially, okay? So we'll just go back to switch B. So it's only 3 positions. 1, 2, 3. Okay? So flap mode is flap mode now. It's always gonna be called out by B. Then, in order to set up mixing, I set up 2, 3 mixes, okay? So the first mix was aileron to left flap. It's only live. So what you do is you highlight a mix, you set it up. I'm gonna show you how to do it in case you don't know how to do it. Click into it, it's normal. Then you would assign this to aileron, and then you would assign this to left flap, okay? And then you set these values. You only want it to be true when C is in a certain condition, that condition, okay? And you don't want it to be true when that condition is true, and you don't want it to be true when that condition is true. But you do want it to be true when that is dark, okay? See, that's how you set that up. Then you make the actual modification from whatever the left flap is to whatever the aileron is, okay? So now I'm gonna show you what those values are. In your case, you'll be just looking at my first mix, okay? So this is what you're gonna do, -100 to -100. Now, why not right flap in +100, +100? I don't know. This is the way Spectrum does it. I think it's very confusing because really ultimately what this does is you can see that that little black dot is there. See how nothing is mixed, nothing is mixed, now something is mixed. What does that do? That makes the ailerons actuate the flaps, both of them. So why are you calling out one aileron when you have 2 ailerons in this wing type? Good question for Spectrum. I don't know. I wish that it was aileron 1 or aileron right or aileron left or left aileron, right aileron was tied to left flap or right flap. Guess what? You would use more mixes, but I don't care. Then I would be in command and control of the behavior specific to whatever the right aileron does, I want the left aileron or the right flap to do exactly the same thing. Then I would make mix 2. Whatever the left aileron does, I want the left flap to do exactly the same thing. +100, -100. But only when conditional statement is true, which is switch C in position 2, okay? Which is all the way down. Why aren't we doing that? Because this is the way it works in Spectrum Airwear. I don't know why they do it that way. Now, getting back to the second setting. this is a logical switch call out that is only true when logical switch position 1 is met, okay? Remember, we have a matrix of switches. How do we make 1 true? Well, evidently we have B all the way out and we're in the middle setting. But watch this, now it's not true. Now it's not true. It's true there. Why are there only 0, 1, 2, and 3 for logical switch 1? Because logical switch 1 is only set up for a total of 4 outputs. 0 meaning nothing, then 1, then 2, then 3. You remember that from before? What do we want to do when this is true? We want the left aileron to be at a rate of 100, which is going to cancel it out, okay? So watch this. So the ailerons move. What does that 100 in the positive side do? When this logical switch is 1, this 100 does something interesting. You see what happens to the ailerons? They go up, okay? Now, when I'm not in that particular combo, what happens? That call out is no longer. It's gone, okay? There you go, okay? So now, there's another mix we have to set up, and that is gonna be the logical switch. You'll see how this isn't grayed out. The interesting part about this particular step is that there are times when you make a mix and airware stops you from highlighting these values. I only want it to be true in 0, okay? Why? Because I evidently started mixing this and then I found out I didn't need it, okay? So you see how there's nothing happening. That's because I'm in logical switch 0 right now and there is no mix. But guess what? Nothing else is happening. Ah, yes, it is. In that position and that position, we have a -100 and a -100. And then we have nothing, and we have nothing, and we have nothing. You see? And we have nothing. So the logical switch unlocks combination switch behaviors. It's a little bit harder to teach this stuff because I'm still learning how to use it myself. But you see this, how it says -100, and then on this, it goes away. But on this, it's got -100. And this, it's got -100. That's because the logical switches, it's only gonna be true in 2 and 3, okay? Okay? I don't know why the graying out is unnecessary in this particular mode. Okay? So this is a different mix. It's a little bit harder to make these because you have to set up a normal mix. You would set the input, which was that flap. So you would just scroll over to flap. It was flap, right? Yeah, it was flap. That's going to control. Was that the left aileron?
I think that's how you have it.
Yeah. And then you have to set up what switch is going to impact it. So you just keep scrolling until you get to the logical switch, and then you call out what you want to change. So as you make the different conditions true, you can see how that 1, 3, it's not in order because it's a logical switch, okay? So it's a combo of switches. See, there's 2 and 3. Now you can make the changes whenever you get into that particular combo, right? Those changes, of course, then get scrolled in. What do we want to happen and at what rate do we want to happen up and what rate do we want it to happen down? Meaning the upside, if it was the elevator, this would be the upside, this would be the downside. So +100, -100. If that were elevator, then it would be +100, what would you want it to do and by what factor? And then -100, what would you want it to do and by what factor? And then what type of offset at neutral do you want it to start from to then execute? And you can make changes to all 3 of those conditions. Now, in my case, I'm gonna reset this particular one and mix 4 is gonna be no longer, okay? So now that you know how to copy those settings, you can see what you get out of it. Elevator up, elevator down, roll left, roll right, takeoff flaps, landing flaps. Then we have takeoff flaps and landing crow. And then we have full-length ailerons, takeoff flaps with full-length flaperons, and landing flaperons with full-length aileron flaperon combos, okay? So you've got all that stuff. Now there's one other thing you might want to explore and play with as you get a little bit more skilled with your mixing, and that would be when you set up your logical switch, you might want to set up different positions so that each of these is like position 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Then you could go into flap system and you could set the entire thing exactly where you want right into flap mode. That would be the easier way to do it. I did not know I could do that until just now, which is pretty awesome because then I bet the delay would work. So that is definitely something that's worth, exploring. But I think what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna go with, this is what we've got, it's already set, I'm happy with the way it's working, and I don't wanna reorient everything. The only catch is, it would be so dang easy to do that compared to the mixes, that it might take just like seconds to do it. Except, is that gonna help me with my full-length ailerons? I don't think it will. Because you'd still have to have your mix for your ailerons. So anyway, the point is, guys, we'll play with that on a future video. But for now, we have the timer set, we have the elevator set with extra throw, rudder set with extra throw and corrected for centering. We have extra throw on the ailerons, we have takeoff flaps, we have landing flaps, we have the takeoff flaps landing crow, and then we have the full length flaperons. Why do we have all that set up and confirmed now? Because as soon as we go into forward programming, all that crap is gonna get applied through the filter of reality for AS3X and safe, okay? If you're lost, this plane is too complicated for you. Come back to it at a later time in your experience in RC, okay? I will tell you this, it took me a half an hour or so to set up all those mixes. And yes, I guess and check until the things move in the right directions, and I really don't care how I get to the outcome, so long as the surfaces ultimately move in the right direction all the time. That's why I have to see and check every surface every time, because each of these is controlled by a different controller every time. So that means who's responsible to make sure that this doesn't flip over and crash on maiden? Well, obviously the pilot. Well, who's responsible to make sure AS3X and safe are not gonna crash it for me? Also the pilot, because the pilot is the one who set it up. That's why we do these videos, is because a lot of people get confused and they need some help. And yes, there are probably easier ways, and there are definitely different ways to do exactly what we did in this Unbox build radio setup. But as soon as you don't need help, then you won't come back. So I'm hoping you'll still need help and come back to Brian Phillips RC, because at the end of the day, I'm always learning and you probably are too. So now forward programming is the next step. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna click, we're gonna scroll down to forward programming. This is the time where you would wanna hang on to the plane, but we already know that it doesn't jump to throttle. So gyro settings, first time setup. Make sure the model has been set up, all the crap is set, all the sub trims. Continue, set the model on its nose and then continue. So you gotta do it level and then on the nose. All this is doing is just figuring out the orientation of the receiver. This is not figuring out level yet. That's at a later time. So I'm set on its nose, and then I'll just hit continue and it's gonna orient the receiver. That looks correct to me. How do you know? Because if you were to look inside there, you would see the receiver, the Spectrum logo going up. So if you're unsure, make sure. There's quite a few different layouts that you can have. And so if you get it wrong, you will hopefully catch the mistake later. Now, there's one big caveat to that. That is if you have complex wing types and you have things reversed and not set right when you start forward programming. You have to go back in and relearn servo positions, okay? So continuing. You'll notice I usually stand behind the plane when we're doing this because it just helps keep me oriented. Okay, so gain channel select. That was 10, right?
Oh, no, 10 was flight mode, so I think it was 9.
Well, maybe I can move it. Rotary knob, yep.
Yes.
So it's channel 9. Okay, so I'm gonna hold the tail and hit apply. Now it's gonna reboot. Now you're gonna see the dance. One set. One set, okay? Now we're gonna return to forward programming. Gyro settings. AS3X settings. This is where you can check your gains and you'll notice it's not changing. Why? Because we didn't set the F mode yet, okay? So it doesn't change. Flight mode channel. Let's highlight that and move that to channel 10 because it is listed there. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna turn that off because that's off. This is eventually gonna be safe, but it's still gonna be on, okay? Then we'll walk back out. We'll go to AS3X settings, gains. Look at that, very good. So we'll just leave them as stock for now. They're gonna be adjustable though. Fixed adjustable gains. We want them all adjustable. Off, and then we want them adjustable, right? So what does that mean? That means that the factor of the relationship of gain, which is this knob all the way up, that would be at 1 time. This would be at 0 times. And this would be at about half of that. So the 1x gain here means that you take your gain of 40, 50, and 60 relative to the position of this switch. So right now it's at 20, 25, and 30. If I were to turn this gain all the way up, it'd be at 40, 50, and 60. If I turn it all the way down, it'd be at 0, 0, 0. So it's an amplitude adjustment on the factor of all three. You can separate those out, especially if you have an NX10, you can put sliders. I don't recommend it because I don't think it's necessary. The gains get adjusted once, maybe twice in the model, in the life of a model. And then you don't mess with them, okay? If you want to test things, you can turn this up to 4x and see some massive change, or you can use another tool. In my case, I'll show it at some point, okay? I don't mess with priority. I don't mess with heading hold. I don't mess with the auto stop, lock, release, all that stuff, because I've just never had a problem with it. First time safe setup. Before setting up safe, you have to do that. It's already been set. We'll just acknowledge it, make sure it's the same. It is correct and it's working. Hit continue. I want safe in flight mode 3. Hit next. I don't know why it asked that question because, you know, who cares? You can set it whenever. Okay, level, model, and capture attitude. This is where I will get like pillows or a book or whatever is convenient. I'm gonna move this out of the way so I can lift the tail up. This is critically important because if you don't do this step right, your plane will fly downhill or uphill when it's in safe. Truth is, I'm not gonna fly this plane in safe, hardly ever. I'll probably, if we're lucky, demo it for like 10 seconds. But I might panic out of a bad situation with safe if prompted to do so. I'd rather save a plane and have my pride in shambles than the alternative. Okay, we're good this way. Are we good that way?
I think you're maybe going slightly downhill just a little bit.
I disagree.
Okay.
I think that it's probably needs to go actually a little bit more. Remember, the angle of incidence is set by the wing, okay? That might be too tall. That might be too high. And this is a matter of opinion and testing, but that's probably a little bit too much still. So I'm gonna just slide it back because it gets thinner here. Oh yeah, that looks pretty dang good. I think that's good. Problem is if your nose up, it's gonna fly uphill in safe. If your nose down, it's gonna fly downhill because it's not gonna know any better. It just knows its attitude. Level, model, and capture attitude. Whoops. excuse me, first time safe setup. Continue. And then you gotta go next. Okay, so these are the default angle limits. We gotta turn on safe first. Self-level angle demand. I make it so you can turn this thing, you can upset it as far as possible within the limits of safe, okay? Why do I do that? Because I figure if I'm gonna be flying a plane of this echelon, first of all, I'm probably not gonna be using safe, but I want to have the maximum amount of authority. Okay, now look for two dances. That's one, that's two. Okay, so that means safe is on. So now we'll return to forward programming. We're gonna go to gyro settings. We don't have a nose wheel because this is mechanically attached to the rudder. If it was a separate channel, then we could actually do nose wheel setup. So setup, orientation, is that where it is?
Are you looking for the test?
Yeah.
Under utilities.
Oh, it's under utilities. So it's system setup. Whoa, what's next? Whoa, gyro filter level. Skip gyro cal. Huh, interesting. I've never seen that. Utilities, gyro response test. Booyah. When in this page, okay, so this is gonna basically move every time I let this thing, I am simulating environmental impact on the model, okay? Jeez, that's so crazy. So if I move it down and it goes down, that's good. If I move it up, it should go up. Yep, 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 yep. It's gonna resist whatever impact I've got it in. I'm in safe. I'm gonna go back to AS3X, not that it matters, okay? So you can check in flaps or not as well. So we've got aileron up, aileron down, aileron up, aileron down. You have to check them all. Rudder, rudder, elevator, elevator. Now, take off flaps, up, down, left, right, up, down, okay? Now with landing flaps, up, down. Can you go to behind here? Up, down, left, right. You have to check every mode. If you don't check every mode, you'll crash your plane, okay? This is full crow. Down, up, down, left, right. Okay, make sure it resists every mode. Full length, okay? Up, down. Remember, all the mixes will not be applied properly in this menu. Right, left, up, down. Okay, good. Now take off flaps. Up, down, left, right. Up, down, down. I'm looking at the surface. It needs to resist in the correct direction. We don't care about amplitude. We just care about the direction. Good? Good. Okay. So now, out of flaps. Everything is back to neutral. Throttle cut is still on. We're gonna lay this back down. Now we're gonna click out of the gyro response test, okay? Now we should be good to go. Walking out of the menu, first thing we're gonna check is control surface directions. Up, down, roll left, roll right, yaw left, yaw right. Take off flaps, landing flaps. Still the same direction, still the same direction, still the same direction. Correction is in the correct direction. Now, second mode. Everything's good, everything's good, everything's good, everything's good, everything's good. Now, full length. Everything's good, everything's good, everything's good, everything's good, everything's good. Okay. This plane is giving us full correct direction of travel. Now I'm gonna put my master gain all the way up. I'm gonna check. Is it working? Yes, it is, okay? I'm in AS3X, okay? That does not seem like enough. Come here, click, scroll down to forward programming, gyro settings, flight mode, excuse me, AS3X settings, gain X, 2. Okay, so we've got the knob all the way up. Throttle cut is currently on, throttle cut is currently off. I'm gonna give some throttle, be careful. Whew, that's 50% throttle, that's a lot of throttle. roll left, or excuse me, yaw left, yaw right, resistance, resistance, resistance. Looking for resistance, resistance, resistance. This is just like the gyro response test. Resistance, resistance. Now take off flaps. Resistance, 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 resistance. Now full landing flaps, resist, 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 resist. Everything is doing the right direction. Now I'm gonna go through all the crow settings. Work, 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 work. All I have to do is see it go up when I lift the wing. Then I know. See it go up, lift the wing, okay? Now take off flaps, up, up. Yes, 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 okay. Now full landing flaps with crow, up, 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 up. Yes, good. Now full length ailerons. Up, yes, yes. Take off flaps. Yes, 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 yes. By the way, you'll notice that these aren't correcting. Frankly, I've never figured out how to make them correct. It hasn't ever mattered in my existence, so I don't really care. But there might be a way to do it. I'm just not sure what it is. Okay, now full landing flaps. Yes, 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 yes. Okay, very good. Now, master gain all the way up, turning the knob all the way down. It's still correcting. Still correcting. Still correcting. Why is it still correcting? Off turns it off. That's not making an application of change for my master gain. Okay? How do I know? Because I'm moving. Look at my knob. All the way up, all the way down. There is no change. Master gain is not working. We must fix that. Okay, how do we fix it? We'll go back into forward programming. Forward programming. Gyro settings. System setup. Gain channel. We don't want that. We want AS3X settings. Fixed adjustable. It's adjustable. That's correct. Ooh, that's... Okay. Why is it not changing? None, none. Okay, so that's good. Fixed adjustable. This should be usually, well, let's see, fixed adjustable. That's fixed. I'm fine with fixed there. But why are we not seeing a change? Did I not activate it? I gave it throttle. Fixed, adjustable. These are definitely adjustable. That's off. These are adjustable. So what are they adjustable? We never indicated the gain channel, did we?
No, we did, because we talked about it being 9 versus 10.
Okay, so let's see where we can check that. Flight mode setup. That's correct. It's active. That's off. Yup. Let's just verify there's nothing in here. Hand launch assist is off. Good. Okay, so we'll go to system setup, relearn, orientation, gain channel, select. Aux 9. All axis, normal gain.
Yeah.
Why is that not working then? Okay, so let's double check we're getting the right master gain channel. So this is channel 9. It's not changing. Why is it not changing? System setup, disconnect RF, channel assign.
I know what happened. No, it's still set to right knob.
Rotary knob. Okay, that's channel 9, because we originally had that set up for thrust reverse. Okay, that's very weird. That's definitely aux 9. Monitor mode, why is it not changing?
Can right knob not? No, we've done it on 9 before.
We've done it on 9. Okay, so just for grins and giggles, guys, I don't know why that's not working. Because the system thinks it's supposed to be working. Let's reassign that. Let's go down to system setup, disconnect RF. Let's do some diagnostics. Okay, channel assign. First things first, let's change this to a switch we normally wouldn't use, E. Okay? Walk over to the menu. It's not changing. What the heck? Why is it not changing? Okay, let's go to system setup, disconnect RF, channel assign. Okay, we're inhibiting that channel. There's another conflict going on. I don't know what it is. Looks like gear is on channel 13 for some reason. Let's do channel 11. Let's make it the rotary knob instead. And let's just see what happens if we go to channel 11 is now moving. Okay, whatever, that's what we're doing. There's obviously a conflict, gyro settings, system setup, gain channel, aux 11. Okay. Walk all the way out. Throttle cuts on, all the way up, all the way off, all the way up, all the way off. Halfway up, all the way up, all the way down. All the way up, off, on, off, on, off, okay? Now, same can be said for ailerons. Let's try that quick. Gain is all the way up. Ooh, what the heck? Look, nothing. Why is that not working? Throttle cut is off. Careful. That definitely activated it if it wasn't already active. Oh, I'm in off.
Okay.
I'm in off. Sorry, guys. I bumped it. Up. Yep. Okay, so everything is working. That is a weird problem we've never had before. That aux 9 not working. I don't know why. Throttle cuts on. This is why we test things, guys. I have no explanation. I got no clue. If I figure it out, I'll share it. Roll left, roll right. Everything is working. Master gain is at about 1x here. It might be too much. I can turn it to nothing or I can turn it up. If we find that the amplitude ends up putting our knob most of the way down, I'll change it from 2x down to 1x, okay? And then that'll put us about halfway. Now, if it's way, way, way down, I'll put it to half x or quarter x, okay? And then I want my knob, the rotary knob, to end up about 50%. Remember, this doesn't go all the way around. It goes from there, that's full, to there, which is empty, okay? So in the center. Okay, so we need to make sure also that safe is working. Throttle cuts on, off works. We've already tested off. Now that's safe. We're gonna see corrections. Throttle cut is definitely on. I have to re-double check every time. Okay, flipping it over, finding the quickest route to level. Yes, it is. Okay, now looking at the elevator, it's climbing out of a dive. It's climbing out of it's coming out of a climb, okay? Those all worked, but we're not done. You know why? Because we gotta check flaps. Take off flaps. Ailerons, yep. Landing flaps, ailerons, yep. Crow, yep. Regular takeoff flaps with crow setting, not actually doing anything. And then regular crow setting, yep, everything's working there. Now to full length flaps, full length ailerons rather, okay? They work. Yes, yes for safe. Yes, yes for safe. And yes, yes for safe. Okay, throttle cuts on. Back to normal wing type, back to AS3X. We have our expo set up. We have our safe set up. We have our direction of travel set up. We have our mechanical trim set up. We have all of the home positions centered, except for this one because we have that little indisparity. The only thing we have left to do on this plane is to set the center of gravity by marking it. That's our last step. And then this plane is ready to fly. If you guys have gotten any value out of this video, please smash the like button. They're long, they're tedious, they're difficult to do when they're long like this and they're complicated, especially when we're running stupid problems like aux 9 not working for some stupid reason. I am really excited actually about that matrix using the logical switch to control flaps. That is awesome. I didn't know you could do that until just today. Wish I would have found out before I did all the rest of the settings, but it's okay. So normally I mark the bottom of the wing, especially on a high wing plane. We have to measure and mark. Mm-hmm. Do we know what it is?
85 to 90.
Really?
Yeah.
Geez, that's pretty simple. Okay, so in millimeters, we'll do 85 to 90. That is a hyper small. range.
Yeah, for a plane this size.
For a plane this size, especially a 3D plane.
all
I think
it
we had about
says.
1.5 inch range on the erratics. That's crazy. Okay, so 85. I am going to be making a small mark. I might be translating that to a push pin or something I can feel. Okay, coming under the wing because it's such a big plane. I just made a little detent. There is balsa wood that's undergirding the mark that I just made. All right, I'm just gonna darken it a little bit, and I'm gonna do both sides first. I'm just finding a spot that's like roughly in between the servo and just making sure I got something to put a dent in, okay? So there's a little bit of a dent. In fact, I poked a small hole. Doesn't really matter because I just want to be able to feel it. Dang it, my mark slid off. Okay, so now I'm gonna scroll this back out to 90. And that's, if you can't do the second measurement, just add 5 millimeters to your measurement, okay? All right, so same thing here. That is an incredibly small mark. Incredibly small range. And same thing over here, guys. This is one of the easier parts of the test, but what I like to do is once we mark this plane, then I will mark where the battery should go. Since I intend to use a particular size battery, I will then be reminded of what the battery is that I'd like to use and where it needs to sit to accomplish a roughly correct CV. Now, we may not agree with the center of gravity that came from the manufacturer. Typically, I'm fine with whatever they put out. There's been maybe 1 or 2 exceptions to that the entire time we've been doing this. Okay. Now, I have a battery installed. I've touched my mark, and I've touched my mark. And I'm gonna balance the plane, and would you look at that, guys? If that's not perfect, I don't know what is. Let's show them exactly what I'll do. Opening the canopy, pull the magnets. I'm going to mark this because this is the battery that I will more than likely always use. And I do an arrow that indicates what direction it's going. Now, I have to top off this battery, so I'm gonna take it out anyway, and it's quite windy. We probably won't fly right this second. This plane would handle wind, but we don't like the maiden planes in heavy wind conditions. So this is a 5000 6S 50C. So 5000 6S 50C, okay? Now, when I go to grab my battery, it's 30 seconds of effort to refresh my memory on where the battery goes, how the battery starts, and then if I make an adjustment to where the battery is, then I know I'm gonna be either a little bit more nose heavy or a little bit more tail heavy, depending on where we slide it, okay? Or if we go to a heavier pack, we can do a differentiation between the two, or we can just start from that point, understanding that it's gonna be close enough to get the job done, okay? The other thing is we can reach under the wing and we can actually feel the center of gravity bumps, which are now darkened and marked right there. Now keep in mind, that is just a preliminary measurement that comes from the manufacturer. It's about where you expect it to be. The whole point of the center of gravity is the point at which you pivot, which helps to keep the elevator doing its job, okay? If you have a plane that is designed to do crazy 3D things, you might find that you want to run a little bit more tail heavy, okay? And if you want it to be more tail heavy, it's going to tend to fly more aggressively, but it's also going to be more pitch. It's going to be understable, okay? The more nose heavy it is, the more weight goes up to the nose, the more it's going to fly like a paper airplane. It's going to be stable. It's just going to go like an arrow. You move the weight to the back, and you're going to make this elevator so much more sensitive and crazy. But do you saw how much deflection we had? It's like this much from center. It's almost insane. It's like a 90-degree deflection, okay? Is that too much? Can you stall the plane? Can you high-speed stall this plane with those? Yes. Will it happen? Maybe. Is it gonna be cool to watch? Yes. Am I gonna probably do it on camera? Yes. Am I gonna crash because of it? Possibly. Are you going to? That's up to you. My suggestion is this plane, as complicated as the wing type makes it, was really pretty easy to put together. It went together well. It looked good. I think it's gonna be strong in the air. There's tons of reinforcements on the landing gear, which by the way, on my second flight of the erratics, I ripped my landing gear out, okay? Right after we were done filming, I was pretty pissed off, but I did drop a wing and I landed rough, okay? Now, that's a very expensive plane. This is also an expensive plane, but I don't wanna have to spend a half a bottle of CA to fix a plane on flight number 2. That's frustrating for me. I also, like I said, and we joked about it with the OMP,
The Bushmaster.
The Bushmaster. I ripped off the landing gear. That was hitting a snowbank waist high or chest high or whatever it was at full speed. I mean, it was a definite Brian Phillips mistake. What happened with the erratics was it is a very light build. This is not near as light, but it is crazy powerful. So I am super thrilled to see it in the air. I think it's gonna do things. It's also got a heck of a thick wing. It's very symmetrical. I think it's gonna fly really good in 3D mode. But there's the other problem, and I just wanna point this out. If you guys are watching the build first and you wanna learn what you need to learn before you make a purchase decision, we totally understand, but just keep in mind, I am still barely a 3D pilot. Oh, one other detail. I put the decals on. They are not specific to locations. There isn't like ordnance packs that we're addressing or trying to mimic a real plane. I just put them where they seem to make sense. And I really like the way that they look. I did put some on the bottom too, which is kind of cool because the bottom is white. There's a high contrast. I love high contrast. I really like the green. It's pretty. I think it's a good color match from here to here. There's a little bit of a disparity. We always pick on manufacturers when there's a disparity from paint color to finish color to paint color to film color. This is an almost perfect match. This is imperfect. If you clear coated that, I bet it would be a perfect match because they probably did not clear coat the spinner, okay? It's really close. But just to be fair to the other manufacturers that we pick on for not having perfect matches, like we did the E-flite.
The Valiant.
Valiant had a minuscule mismatch, and we pointed it out. So we're gonna point out what we see on this channel because here on Brian Phillips RC, we really don't care what plane you get. We just want you to be flying it. We want you to be getting awesome products and getting the best that money can buy in the echelon that you're looking to buy, okay? If you're looking at this plane and you're thinking, I've got a $100 budget, you're looking at the wrong plane, okay? Unless it's for servos, okay? Like one. Well, it's not quite one servo, but let's just say this. There are different types of planes for different types of budgets, different skills, different types of flying. And when I first started in this hobby, I thought I was gonna have a high wing plane and a low wing jet or something like that. That was a hilarious joke, but I really believed that because I was so naive when I began into this hobby. I did not know that I would have hundreds of planes in just a short decade, okay? And there more to come, and a building to store full-scale planes. I mean, this hobby has helped to awaken a passion that I have had my whole life for aviation. It just woke it up. It's not like it created it, okay? But it is a really good outlet for people that have a love for aviation that maybe can't afford or will never fly full scale. But I will tell you this, it is a lifestyle, and the more that you put into it, the more you're gonna get out of it. And so I can't encourage you enough. If you're sitting on the sidelines, get off the sidelines and get into the game. You do not have to be Brett Favre to be a quarterback, right? You can still go out and throw a football with your kid and enjoy it, right? If you're Brett Favre and you throw a football to your kid, you might knock him over. So at the end of the day, there are things about this hobby that improve and improve and improve as you get better. But I'm telling you what, the pursuit of excellence for each of us as a pilot is one of the things that drives this hobby for me. And I love it. So as we pursue excellence together, and as we continue to crash into trees and make stupid mistakes together, we want to be there by your side. We want to make it more exciting and less painful. And we want to help get you out of the chair and into the air by telling the full truth, nothing but the truth, so help us God. And that is easier said than done when you're up against a market of basically BSers, okay? Not everybody on YouTube is lying to you, but there are a lot of people that will, okay? We tell the truth because the truth is what you probably need, okay? That's why when we recommend planes, they're usually good planes, reputable manufacturers, okay? There are a million choices though, make no mistake. I think this one's gonna be a good one. I think it's gonna be awesome. I cannot wait to fly it. It's kind of killing me that it's windy right now. We've been working on this for about 9 years now, it looks like. No, that's 6 fell upside down, it's just 6 years. So we appreciate you sticking around. This is a long build. And special thanks to Buddy RC for working with us. We really enjoy the guys at Buddy RC. They're much smaller than some of our other competitive offerings that we offer. But I will tell you this, they make a mean helicopter and they make a mean airplane. Okay, so if you really like high quality, they make it all, okay? And they're not the big dogs, but we still use the big dogs equipment because we like it. We like the smart stuff, we like the Spectrum receivers, and we will put what we're comfortable with, what we can teach into these planes on our channel because we're not just trying to be shills here. We want you to know what we would really do. And I love this setup. It is gonna be awesome. All right, leave your questions and comments down below. If you wanna support Brian Phillips RC, the #1 thing you can do is smash the like button, watch the videos, click the bell for notifications when you do subscribe. But if you wanna help us financially, buy the planes from the links, buy the transmitters from the links. You don't have to spend a penny more. You don't have to do anything weird. All they do is they get a notification that we helped direct their decision, yours. If you follow the link, you spend $0 more and then you extract some value out of this particular distributor to us. That's how it works. It's not supposed to be deceptive in any way. We have told the full truth about this. I told you the full truth about the one right there. I've told you the full truth about each and every one of these because at the end of the day, I don't care what you pick, but you will help support us financially if you follow the link when you buy. If you go buy it at the hobby shop, we get nothing, okay? We help bring value. We love this hobby. We know that that's gonna happen. It's fine. We don't want people to feel bad. We just want people to understand how it works because if you are this invested in a video, you probably wanna give something back to Brian Phillips RC. Remember, it's not just Brian. It's Brian and his 4 kids and his poor wife that gets dragged into this, okay? It's Brian and this building and this infrastructure that we're setting up for this aerodrome. It's not just Brian. Believe me, it is, we are upside down so far on it. We'll never catch up. But it's okay because I love this. It is a life thing. It is a goal thing, okay? So when you do buy from the links, you help support us. The NX8 has been great. We haven't had any problems with the scrolly wheel yet on this one. But we did stop and talk to the Spectrum repair guy about the scrolly wheels at Joe Knoll. What's his name?
Shannon.
Shannon, we're watching. Shannon is good. He is the guy that fixes your Spectrum transmitters when you send them. And we met him in his little dungeon. It was awesome. So, other ways to support us. Patreon, monthly support. YouTube super thanks, one-time donations, YouTube members, monthly support, and PayPal if you don't want to be part of those clubs. Incidentally, a little bit more of the money makes it to our back pocket when you do support us in that way. Just understand that if you're overseas, we don't control VATs, and that's why we don't add any value on Patreon, because we'd have to charge a VAT then. And when I say we, I mean your country of origin would charge it, and it would just be facilitated through Patreon. But we still think firmly, and we say this every single time we ask for support, the best way to support us is to be in the hobby. Love these planes, buy them from the links. That's how you support us. That's how we win. The manufacturers that choose to take a risk on having Brian Phillips crash their plane, that's how you support us. You support them, you support the hobby. All right, guys, that's all we got for you. Thanks for watching. BigHorn, OMP, beauty. Stay tuned, so much more right around the corner.